Hey, hey. It's probably going to be a couple minutes just before the stream starts properly because I'm going to grab myself a cup of tea and I've got to get my hotess and shit set up. Ooh, Lumber, I think you might enjoy what I'm going to be flying today. Although, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the thing up and running without help. Because I still don't know how to do it. I'll probably just get the flight engineer to do most of the hard work, which is realistic anyway, to be honest. New Verpal base is arriving today. Hey, congratulations, dude. Enjoy it. You'll ever just wish you had a fucking adjustable office chair with, instead of a gas piston, just a fucking ratcheting system or a worm gear or something? Because I fucking do. Like, I never adjust the height on this thing, dude. I just want to set it and forget it and never worry about the fucking cylinder shitting itself. It's still a pretty new chair. I got it for Christmas, but I think because of the fucking temperature, because it's quite fucking cold in here, the gas is, the gas is kind of quite dense from the cold temperature, and so it sinks. Because pretty much since the temperature's dropped, I've been dealing with this thing sinking on me every couple minutes. It's a real pain in the ass. Not literally. It could be if the cylinder decides to explode, but for now it's just a metaphorical pain in the ass. But that's... I don't know, dude. Like, how many people actually use the adjustment on an office chair that often? Like, unless you're sharing the chair, which you wouldn't for this, because it's not like an office chair, it's a fucking gaming chair. Unless you're sharing the chair with somebody, you wouldn't. You just fucking set it and forget it, right? Yeah, worm gear would be fucking amazing. Or at least like a physical locking pin you could put through the cylinder, although you'd have to have probably a bunch of different notches for it, and it wouldn't have very good resolution, so to speak. Hey, Saber. Just fetching myself a cup of tea and a quick snack, and then we'll get going. See, I can't use mine at the bottom. If I use mine at the bottom, like, my chin is level with my desk. I've got quite long legs, so it's extremely uncomfortable. Get jammed and flip your MD-80. Yeah. Yeah. Jack screw malfunctions are fun. Yeah, I have Saber. I actually uploaded a video on my YouTube channel. I might stick it on Twitch as well later. It's about an hour long. I think it was a pair of MiG-21 sorties on Syria. My first 2 flights on it. I came back later the same day in the... Well, later yesterday in the Su-25 as well. Got some work done. Yes, Saber, that's there's a reason for that. And this VOD will be the same. I finally figured out, after about an hour of swearing and not being able to hear my PC audio, I finally figured out how to split the audio from the music bot from the rest of the stream. So now I can play whatever the fuck I like on the playlist and not have to worry about it. It means that we won't have any cool moments where the soundtrack lines up with what's happening on screen, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make to be able to actually just throw whatever the fuck I want into the playlist with no concern. Because there were a lot of songs that I really wanted to have on it that I just couldn't, because either it would get blocked on YouTube, or it would get blocked on Twitch, or I'd get DMCA'd, or whatever the fuck. So yeah, there is definitely a reason for that. And although it's going to be not as good for watching VODs back, I'm hoping that it does improve the stream experience for everybody. It'll certainly improve my experience actually having some variety in the playlist. Now that said, this playlist is still not complete. I've got to add a lot of music to it still. because I just took the stream playlist to start with and then started adding other stuff to it, so it's a bit of a jumble at the moment. Yeah, so OBS has a feature which splits out it splits different audio tracks. I think you can get up to like 5 or something. And it'll split them out of the VOD or out of the stream. So if I wanted to, I could split out Discord as well if I'm on a call with someone and I don't want you to hear what they're saying. I could split out the game audio for whatever bizarre reason. Yeah, so... Do you not notice the entirety of that DCS stream that the game was set to Armor Reforger? No, I didn't. I thought I reset it at the end. I thought I changed it to DCS partway through, but maybe not. But no, that happens pretty often. I'll forget, or the bot won't actually save the settings when I tell it to. Sometimes if there's an issue with the bot syncing up, it'll do that. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm not prepared at all, hang on. Big brain here. Forgot that lighting is a good idea. Give me a second. Hello, chat. There we go. Did the globe in that? I swear to God. No, I'm just dumb. There we go. Maybe lumber. Maybe. Come be my co-pilot. Actually, I haven't tried that thing that lets you multi-crew in MSFS. I don't know if it actually works. I'd imagine it's probably got a bunch of bugs. Probably still less buggy than Gazelle multi-crew in DCS, but I'd imagine not by much. Now, if I can just get OBS to actually hook the game window, that would be a good start. Okay, you should be seeing a cockpit. The frame rate's going to suck because we're in Chicago and there is a lot of stuff here, and the DC-6 is not the best optimized thing on Earth. It's beautiful, but it's not really well optimized. Okay. There it is. We'll do a pushback once we're up and running. Just gonna go into the external. Like this song, for instance, I could never have had this on the playlist before. Oh yeah, we've got the Pacific Western livery going as well. I've got so many good liveries for this. It was a really hard choice. I took the Pan Am one out for a flight last night, but I decided to go with the Pacific Western. Got to represent. $5 miles north along the coast. That's not a bad idea. I actually completely forgot to plug in a destination, so... Doors and hatches. Yeah, let's get rid of those. Oh, he's doing it for me, never mind. The flight engineer actually does the checklist. He doesn't just say the things, he does the things. That's good. Let's top up our, all our shit. No, it wasn't. Yeah, the Orion's based on the Electra. Okay. What is it he's stuck on? Oh, is he doing stuff with that? something hokey happening with my throttles. Did anyone hear what he called out before he stopped talking? Because I probably should have been paying attention. Get good and be a man. Look, okay? So, let's see. All our electric shit's on. We're on ground power anyway. Plain battery. Ground power. We will switch that up once the engines are running. That reminds me, I need to hit L for my own aircraft lights to work for some reason. That's an issue that they haven't fixed yet. So you can turn all the switches and stuff on, but they won't work until you actually hit L. Now, as I recall it, you have to get the timing on the mags right. I can't remember how many turns. I think it's 9 turns? Put the boosters on. Let's do all of them. Put the boosters on high. I have not studied the startup procedure for this at all, by the way. We're going to select engine 3. Our fuel valve should be open. It's pumped low. Aha. Okay. Down. Down! Click spots are kind of fiddly in this. In MSFS in general, not just this module. Pump slow, engine select, number 3. Safety and starter, prime at 9 blades. Ah, it's prime at 9.
3, 6, 9, 12. Set to idle. Propellers.
Oh, that's what he wanted. He wanted me to set to idle. Well, it definitely did not catch.
Before start checks complete. Start engines.
Okay, he's going to start him for me. Never mind. We'll let him do it.
6, 9, 12.
3's on the other wing, I guess. I forget how they're numbered. I assume 3's on the right wing. Inboard right, probably. Is he not going to start it? So, I want to go... Oh, he's done something. He's got something running. Yeah, it'll be number 3. No, it's not. Oh, that's a song. Let's try 3 again. So, start.
3, 6, 9, 12.
I hear a sound. Oh, almost. I forgot to hit the fucking mix on it. And I only have the 1 lever for mixture, so this is going to be awkward. Okay. Let's try it again.
3, 6, 9,
No. I think you need like a proper setup for this, because I only have the one lever for mixture, and I think I need to do it individually, and I can't really... Let's try.
3, 6, 9, 12.
There's probably a specific order they start them in, but whatever.
3, 6, 9, 12.
The frame rate's not helping. Bad frame rate? I'm at Chicago O'Hare. Oh, because I was doing the wrong fucking engine. Dumbass. Yeah, I'm at Chicago O'Hare, so it's going to be crap until we're off the ground. This airport's got a lot of scenery at it.
6, 9, 12.
Can't really see it from here, hang on. Whoop. It's because I think I had that set to begin with, so we'll put that back down. Now let's try it again.
Three, 6, 9, 12.
There we go. Need a mirror so I can see the engines without having to contort myself around. Okay, happy days. We can turn off the prime on that. 3, 4, 2, 1. I thought it might have been, but whatever. So let's go 4 next.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Oh shit. Nearly missed it. Click spot's kind of awkward. That's 3 engines running. Well, just for the time being, while we're on the ground, let's get some fresh air in here. Okay, one more to go.
Three, 6, 9, 12.
You gotta unlock it. So you pull the lock and then you grab the ball and drag it back. Sometimes it's a little glitchy though. We don't really need to worry about the landing lights. It is broad fucking daylight, so we'll retract them. They're already retracted, I think. So we'll set them off. Our externals, like our nav lights and shit, should be on. Fuel booster pumps, we will leave those for the moment. We'll just have a look down. The revs are a little out of whack because the engines are all warming up at a different speed. Fresh Chicago exhaust, yeah. What we might do actually is we'll tell old mate to do the after start.
Start selected bus pumps.
Because we are started up.
Off and off. Battery switch. Plane venting. Generators and inverters. Checked and on. Emergency lights. Armed. Ground power. Removed. After start checks complete.
We won't do before takeoff yet. That's something we'll do as we're closer to the runway. So we just want to chill out a bit, let the engines warm up. Get all these T's and P's into the green if we can. The engines in this need quite a bit of babysitting, and the flight engineer doesn't quite seem to look after shit himself. You have to still do it for him. Which kind of complicates flying the aircraft a bit. Especially when you're doing low altitude stuff like I was a couple weeks ago. He's counting the rotations on the prop. So when you're starting the engines, that's each, or like, he's counting the blades rather. So each prop is a 3-bladed prop, so he's counting each rotation as how many blades go past. Oh, something I should have done before I got started up, I completely forgot, but fuel and load manager. Let's go half fuel, because we're probably not going to go that far. Give ourselves some passengers. Let's go with 39. Let's set some baggage. I wish there was I wish you could just type in a number or something, or there was another arrow for going up by hundreds. Because it's kind of painfully slow to just hold this. So I've had this pretty much since it came out, but I haven't had a lot of flight time in it, unfortunately. Which is something I need to fix. It's a wonderful aircraft. And very well modeled too. With the exception of the comical rudder authority at high speed. 2,100 pounds will do it for. Okay, we're good with that. We've got an engine stress visualizer. Carb temp is looking a bit sketch. Should improve as we warm the engines up. Hopefully. We're gonna close these up a bit just to warm the engines faster, and also for less drag on takeoff once we actually do that. Don't expect me to be competent in this thing, Rob. I can promise you I am not. Okay. I love this rocker switch it has here for the inverters. Such an awesome little detail. Okay. Very important detail. Get rid of the gust lock. You definitely don't want to try and take off with that on. So now, I'm just going to check our wheel chocks are gone. They are. Check the engines again. They're looking pretty happy. The carbs are still a bit cool, but kind of not a big deal. We've only just started the engines up. Company's safest pilot. Yeah, I know, right? I was going to get a pushback. Well, I am going to get a pushback, but... Ah, yes. Okay, this has a button for parking brake. That's good then. Otherwise, that could be very awkward, especially with low frames. Spin this bitch out of here. I don't think the wing would clear that. Otherwise I would. Like, this thing turns really well for such a large aircraft. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Hopefully they don't reverse me into anything else. I don't have it bound. I need to figure out how to do that with this throttle. If I had, like a quadrant, it would probably be much easier to do, but I can't drag it with the mouse because there's just enough noise in the throttle sensors that MSFS picks up. DCS doesn't, but MSFS does. That it'll jump them around and like grab them out of my hand when I'm trying to mouse drag them. And I've only got one throttle bound for all of my engines at the moment. Gotta remember, I'm a combat simmer. I don't have a yoke or quadrants or anything. I wouldn't say no to quadrants. A yoke might be a stretch for me, but it's not really on the cards at the moment. Hold that. That's good enough. I have no idea what runway's in use. We're just gonna fucking send it. They put my parking brake back on. No, they didn't. Wait, yes, I think they did. No? Is there some reason she doesn't want to move? Do you have two throttles? Yeah, but I'm using one for prop pitch at the moment. Why are we not going? Push back bug, maybe. Stop push back? Ah, yeah, that's what I wanted. There we go. The tug was still attached. I was trying to run it over. This airport is extremely detailed. Too detailed for my PC, apparently. But are you really playing a civvy sim if you aren't getting 5 frames a second? This thing handles really nicely on the ground. You can actually steer it just with toe brakes, which is quite, like, effectively steer it with just toe brakes, which is quite uncommon in MSFS at the moment. The window auto closes at high speed, I guess. But also the nose wheel steering feels reasonable. It's quite responsive. Not too responsive, but enough. And it also, turns in quite a small radius. Or feels like it does anyway. And if you use the two in conjunction, she's quite maneuverable. Don't know what the active is, we're just gonna fucking send it. Because that's what we do around here. The weather's a little better than last night, thank fuck. Last night the weather was fucking awful over the Great Lakes. There may or may not have been a landing incident as a result. I've also got an orange light down there, which is concerning. I don't like orange lights. They usually mean problems. We do absolutely need more vintage tubes and misses. Where's my de Havilland Comet? Who's going to make a de Havilland Comet? I would pay good fucking money for that. Low oil pressure. Oh, we got 2. What does the cheat mode say? Oh yeah, it says the oil pressure's a bit sketch. Okay, Mr. Flight Engineer Man.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carbide. Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20.
So I can actually fly this without any throttle inputs. He'll just set the power for me, which I think I might have him do, since he knows the correct power settings and I don't. I could just send it like I was doing when I was flying with CCM, but I probably should have him do it.
Closed and on. Controls. Gust lock released. Free. Detonator. On. Mixture and cowl flaps. Bridge unlocked. Set. Transponder.
Oh, he's got the cowl flaps fully open, not to the takeoff setting, which is interesting.
Landing lights.
I might actually do it myself, fuck it.
Before takeoff checks complete.
Yeah, I turned that shit off right away. That shit don't belong in my DC-6. So 40 inches, I think. Or 45 inches. I'm going to keep the BMAP below 200. About 190-ish. 205. All I learned is that high BMAP equals engine explodey. Especially with how I fly. We're airborne. Yeah. Airspeed's pretty alive, so we're going to pull the flaps. Nose is going to drop a little. Start trimming like fucking crazy as the nose drops out from under me. There's Chicago skyline in the distance. Let's head that way. Come off the power a tad bit. I did this flight at night, well, this part of the flight at night. I got some screenshots I'll throw in Discord later. It's gorgeous at night. Like, Chicago looks so good at night. I'm running the Polish name that I can't pronounce without seeing it written design. His Chicago scenery, it looks so good at night. Hey Floyd, cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. So one of the reasons frames are low, well, one of them's the airport scenery. It just has so much detail. Another is that all of this is photogrammetry. There is a lot of photogrammetry around Chicago. Like a fucking shitload of it. So that's naturally going to cause some performance issues. Especially while streaming. It's much better while not streaming, but anything really intensive in MSFS, once OBS is running, it doesn't like it. Look at this thing. Ain't she gorgeous? Ain't she fucking gorgeous? Oh, our landing lights are out. He must have dropped them during the checklist. We'll pull them in a minute. Okay. Turn them off. Retract. How's our pressures and temps? I wish he'd call out when shit's in a range it shouldn't be in, or just manage the cow flaps during the flight. I'm kind of surprised they don't have him do that. Maybe that's a limitation, like a technical limitation, but I kind of doubt it. So what do we got? It's water, carby. Yeah, the carby's pretty cold. Oil temps are a little on the warm side, but okay. Pressures are a little high, but okay. It's like the carbies are the only things that really need attention, and I cannot remember where the heaters are for them. Yes, I can. I have the stupid... There we go. Carby heat's on. We'll pull these back a bit to climb. There's a skyline beneath us. We're not going to see it from the cockpit very well because we're going to go right over it, but we'll pop to external. So one thing I did notice about Old Mate's scenery packs is the buildings kind of pop out from the background, like they have a lot more specular to them, I guess you could say. But at night, this looks absolutely outstanding. Like, absolutely fucking gorgeous. Center stack below the flaps. Oh, okay, so de-icer and the heater are two different things. I'm not used to having this much technology in the plane. Oh yeah, I see it now. Oh shit, that's my aileron trim. I don't want to be fucking with that. The click zones are a bit difficult. Yeah, but the carbies are whining about being cold. I'm scared I'll blow the engines up. I've gone through a few engines at this point. I need to neutral out my trim. There we go. And now unfuck my rudder trim because I was pressing the hat sideways like I was playing DCS. Then I remembered, oh wait, I have that set as rudder in MSFS. You can kind of see where the photogrammetry ends there. I kind of wish I had started this flight at night now, just so you guys could see how that looks. We're in a bit of a descent in that turn. I'm sorry. I should get it. Look, I got a lot of other stuff, but there are still some things I'm lacking. Oh, I don't think we'll do it today, but I just had an idea. This fucker into Kai-Tak with a heavy load in bad weather, that sounds like it would be fun. And by fun, I mean soul-crushingly painful. Fucking bastards. They're always out to get our historic airfields. Should probably dial my revs back a bit, huh? It's about 2,500. The only bad thing about flying this is I can barely hear me music. Plane's so loud. I really want someone to make a Kowloon Walled City scenery mod. But I don't know if anyone will, unfortunately. I'm honestly, like, if I had more spare time, which is, like, the thing I have the least of right now, I'd probably try and learn to make scenery myself, because there's a few things I want to do, and that's one of them. But I'd also like to make some Arctic air bases and stuff to visit with the F-104. Bye-bye, Chicago. Does anyone happen to know offhand what the altitude for the blowers is? Flying IFR with Radnev? No, I'm not. I'm just winging it. I don't even know where I'm going at the moment. We're just heading kind of north. We're going to Canada, I guess. I just don't know where in Canada. $11 or $12. Okay. Edmonton photogrammed. The city centre has been photogrammed since the sim came out, but the rest of the city isn't. So Google Maps has literally the entire of Edmonton, all the way out past like Sherwood Park to the east, fucking down almost to like the edge of Nisku in the south. Like, I think the photogrammetry on Google goes all the way up to like halfway up Nemeo, like halfway up the runways. So I want somebody to port the Google Maps photogrammetry across to MSFS. It will kill my PC, but I really want it. But like the default has the city center, which is definitely better than nothing. All right, guys, I'm sorry, but there we go. There we go. Hey, Sim. Oh. We got a line of weather there. Should we do a Jerry? We're going to be above it by the time we get there, but every time I see just a distant rank of clouds, I can't help but think of that now. Thanks for the follow, SimSal. Appreciate it. I was definitely flying JFR in this thing last night, and it ended about as well as you'd expect. I almost pulled it, like, bear in mind I was basically the same weight I am now, if not a little heavier. And I was trying to land JFR into a short runway that I could only barely see, with a very steep approach, or like a steep turn into the approach, with no flaps, because they, for some reason, wouldn't come down. I think I oversped them. I accidentally bumped the bind, and I must have damaged them, because they wouldn't come down. I dropped the gear at the last possible moment. I was so close, and I had a wing stall right over the approach lights. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But hey! An airliner that models stalls properly. Oh my goodness. What a rarity. Now, I did figure out how to use the gyro pilot, but gyro pilots are for fucking cowards. Also, it's kind of finicky to set up, so we're not going to bother. Not yet. I might throw it on later in the flight once we get to cruise altitude, but not going to bother just yet. Oh wow, all of that's photogrammetry too. That's pretty substantial. What a gorgeous aircraft. And of course it's going to veer off to the left, because as soon as we go into the showcase camera it does that. Mergers in general tend to not do good things. Like, if you look at what happened to the British aerospace industry in the 60s, that did a lot of not good things. A lot of very not good things, and that was just a series of mergers. I'm gonna call this close enough. Whoa, horsey. Oh, okay. No. We're a bit low for that. Look, there's no orange stuff coming out. It's fine. We just knocked about 100 hours off the engines. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's 15? Oh shit, I missed that. Yeah, my bad. We'll give her a bit more beans. Not quite that much more beans. Oh, I would do dirty things for a 1011. Dirty things. Man, I just love tri-jets. They just look right. I don't care if they're inefficient. They just look so good. 175 BMAP? Yeah, close enough. Kinda. Right around there. So, what exactly is BMAP a measure of? I'm guessing the P stands for pressure? Power? Don't know. Brake mean affected power. Ah, okay. Straight voodoo. That's good enough for me. Voodoo is good enough for me. Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna take some getting used to, but it makes sense. How are T's and P's looking? The carbies are looking a little chilly now. We do have the de-icer on, not that we're actually in cloud at the moment. I don't know what the humidity is. I didn't check the weather. All the, like, pilot shit you're supposed to do before you fly, I don't do that in the sim. I'm a bad pilot, I'm sorry. I just get up there and send it. Put POH, cruise charter in the back. I'm not going to be able to pull them up while I'm flying. If I open my browser, especially flying this thing with its, shall we say, interesting optimization, my PC will explode. No walk around? I wish I had a camera set up to do that. How are our temps? Yeah, they're reasonably happy. We can leave them leave the shutters where they are, I think. What was I looking for? Something up there I was going to fiddle with and I forgot what it was. Oh, the fucking seatbelt thing. Okay, they're on. The flight engineer turned them on. Good, otherwise there would be some very upset passengers right now. Lumber, you've got to remember, I don't know anything about how this fuel system works. Other than it has fuel tanks, and fuel goes from them into the engines. Through a series of tubes. I'm used to my plane sequencing its fuel tanks for me. Right? Not this silly American business of manually selecting fuel tanks. Okay, now we blow the engines up. I mean, switch on the... Oops. Can I actually click those, please? Ooh, we were on that pretty quick. Not quick enough, I don't think, but pretty quick. Much better visibility out of this cockpit, especially to the sides and the Connie. The Connie, you can't see shit beside you. You can see forwards, yeah, okay, but you like the side windows stop right about where the quarter light on this is. And then the only other side windows are the portholes in the fucking crew doors, which are, you're not going to see shit out of them as the pilot. So the Connie's quite a bitch on the ground because you can't really see what's around you. You just have to fucking trust. Trust in Jeebus. A2A haven't ported theirs over, so no, it's Red Wing? Red Wings? I think they're French. It's a bit rough in places, but it's pretty pleasant to fly. You know, the graphics are a little dated, but not awful. And it has some neat features. It actually has something pretty close to approaching a damage model. Like, you can overspeed your surfaces and it actually damages them and eventually breaks them. The gear can collapse on you, stuff like that. It's not just a black screen to main menu like most aircraft are when you damage them. Alright, now it's time to be a true tube-line hero. Let me just bring my bearing around a little bit to the right. And we'll try and get rid of that climb and get it down around level. Cabin pressure? Fuck. It's alright. It's alright. I'm helping you guys sleep. Where's the cabin pressure on this thing? There. Fuck. I hate the scroll wheel zoom. I don't know if I have to turn that on somewhere. It's fine. It's fine. Also, we're now totally off course. And suddenly we're at 18,000 feet, which was not intentional. My vape exploded. To watch your diff pressure. Where's the fucking gauge for it? I remember seeing it the other day, but I can't remember where it is. Motherfucker, will you stop climbing? Chill, my dude. Chill. Oh, it's all in the same place? Oh, you're right. I have the stupids. It's up there. Okay. We're kind of heading roughly north. Now we try and trim more or less level. And then, no. This fucking zoom feature. Right. No, I'll... Okay. Clutch. Altitude control. There we go. Do you want to maybe not be in a bank, though? Is it going to level out? Yeah, it's leveling out, I think. Let's come up here, and you can get out of your seats now, I guess. If you don't value your lives. No, the flight engineer turned it on. Sorry. Sorry to ruin the fun. Oh, that would explain a few things. My fucking nav lights were off. On that. Flight knob to 18, you sure? I would very much like to be conscious as well. Oh, look at it! Look at it! It just... Oh, why can't airliners still be this? And with the fucking classic livery of white on top, and then a coloured stripe, and then bare metal underneath. What happened to this? There was, there's actually a livery, and then your little intake scoop down there. There was actually a livery for the Phoenix Airbus 320, and it's obviously a modern aircraft. It's an Airbus 320, but it's in this style. So it's got the white on top, and then the coloured stripes, and then the bare metal underside. It looks so good. Even Airbuses look good in this kind of livery. Oh man, oh, it's so good. Beautiful aircraft, and then look at that plan form. Look at that shape. Fucking perfection. Yeah, well, the cabin is below 10k. I got them both set to about 8 at the moment. Oh, no, I get you, I thought flight was abbreviation for flight deck. I'm dumb as fuck. Don't mind me. Will you stop fucking zooming in? Motherfucker! I'm gonna have to unbind that. Gives me the absolute shits. There we go. We're still at 18 grand. We are indeed still at 18. Almost exactly. Hey, gyro pilot. Look at you. I don't need no fancy fucking screens and shit. World War II technology, boy. Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully that unfucks itself. And the passengers regain consciousness with only minor brain damage. The fucking whiskey compass on the bungees. What happened to this? What happened to this? Man. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Look at all this cool shit down here to play with. I mean, this stuff's not clickable, but it's this radio navigation. All radio navigation. Hey, doesn't this look familiar? Guys, don't these look familiar? If you fly the F-86, the MiG-15, the MiG-19, if we had earlier MiG-21 variants, or my beloved Sukhoi 15, these would be very familiar. Bendix radio compass. That is what the Arc 5 is based on. They got a shit ton of them during World War II on Lend-Lease and decided, hey, this is pretty good shit. Let's just build our own. It's a starport in the back by the Seabeast 2. It does, right there, for astronavigation. There is an add-on, actually the guy that made the add-on popped by chat the other day, but there's an add-on to do cell nav, and I'll be fucked if I'm ever able to learn it, but it's really cool. Man, I just... it's so good. Kinda... I mean, I know we're only doing about 200 knots, but kind of really puts in perspective why the Great Lakes are called the Great Lakes. They are substantial. Too much cloud cover to really see much below us. Look at the reflections, though. Look at those reflections. Oh, oh. It's just so good. Hey, Bombs! Cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. We're tubing today, apparently. But with a twist. I'm flying a DC-6 and I have no idea what I'm doing. We're off the ground in mostly one piece. I think the mechanic's going to kill me when he takes the engine inspection covers off, but other than that, we're all good. We haven't oversped anything yet. Okay, so maybe some of the passengers in the back have had, like, you know, embolisms, aneurysms, that's the one. Maybe a few of the passengers in the back, you know, might need to be fed through a straw, because we kind of didn't have the aircraft pressurized until we've been at 18,000 feet for several minutes, but it's still in one piece. There's no orange stuff coming out. I'm still conscious, and that's all that matters. And we are, yeah, about over Wisconsin, heading north from Chicago. Any Soviet tubes? I don't know. There were, but situation in Ukraine not looking so great, and guess where all the Soviet tube devs were? There was a 134 being brought over, which was looking really good, and I don't know if Felis is going to bring the 154 over, but I hope so, because Felis 154 is like a holy grail to me. That is the plane I nearly bought X-Plane for. Like, even knowing this sim was about to come out, an X-Plane would require me to spend a lot more to get decent scenery or whatever, I was still tempted just for the 154. That plane is so good. Guy making the 134 lost his work from the war, so he's starting over from scratch. Oh, that's gotta hurt, but fucking hell, dude. The commitment to start over on it. What a Chad. They're built different over there, man, I tell you what. Like, Felis pushed an update to the 747 while there was bombing going on down the street. They are fucking built different in Ukraine. 34 inches at 2,300. 34 at 23. Oh, I was actually pretty close to that. Right about, yeah, like, there. What is AN24? Yeah. AN24 would be nice too. AN12, I have a huge soft spot for the AN12. I'd actually love to have it in DCS as well. This song reminds me, I need to play Naissance on stream again. That was such a good game. It was a very bizarre game, very French game, but it was a really good one. Gyno is making a complete Felis 154 English conversion. Complete English. Who needs that? I want moon runes. Actually, I was watching, I think it was Defective Crayon Flight a while ago, and he had the cockpit set to English, and not only were the labels all properly translated and everything, except for, you know, maybe the odd typo or whatever, because second language for Felis, but it was in the correct font too. It was in the correct font. Like, that's some commitment. Actually getting the right font, even for the English cockpit textures, I love that shit. Yeah, that's a very good dev. Very, very good dev. Well then, Weather's a bit shit, huh? Bit shit. How are we going on fuel? Pretty good. Yeah, I'm not too worried about fuel at the moment. Carbs are a bit cold. Let me just check what the cheat sheet's telling me for the engines. Yeah, the carb, or the cylinder heads are cold, actually. But the engines are pretty happy otherwise, so I'll take it. I don't want to risk blowing them up. I've already blown them up almost every time I've flown it, so don't want to make that problem even worse. Gyropilot's doing a really good job. It is holding our course and our altitude pretty much exactly. Closer cals, -3. Understandable. Probably should have done that before, but I was too distracted. Like I said, I have so many good liveries for this, but I just had to rep. Had to represent. They had a whole little display for Pacific Western in the Alberta Aviation Museum with photos and model kits and stuff, and one of them was the DC-6 in these exact colours. Beautiful aircraft. I love the little details too, like the fact that, you know, not all the gauges are exactly the same, so one of the BMAP gauges is a bit different to the others, as if it was retrofitted during a repair. Like, just, you know, little things like that. The fact that the engines are never fully pulling the same amount of fuel. Like, if you look at the fuel flow, they're not quite in sync. In fact, if you look at the BMAP, they're not quite in sync either. No, they're pretty close. Haha, whoops, guess who used up all their anti-ice fluid? Shouldn't have done that. Oh well, whatever. Where we're going, we won't need that, although we're going to Canada and very possibly to Manitoba, so we probably did need that. I know it's summer, but, well, about to be summer, but still. Summer is a very abstract concept in Manitoba. Those are some pretty clouds down there. The actual de-ice uses avgas, but you won't have carb de-ice. Oh, okay. So what you're saying is, when you're low on fuel, like critically low on fuel, turn on the de-icing system. Just get on the wing with the chisel. Yeah, just send out one of the passengers. They can draw straws for it. Look at all these gauges. If you like gauges, buy this plane. You have plenty of them. It's -20 in Celsius outside right now. Oh, about -19, but close enough. Other than the carbies, which are still fucking freezing their balls off, T's and P's are looking pretty happy. Which is always good. Yeah, send Rob out on the wing. He'll get it sorted. Oh, I see just a glimpse of coastline beneath us. It is just such a good-looking plane. Just perfectly shaped. I didn't realize. That's reversed on the tail. I wonder if that's supposed to be reversed on the tail. I should check up on that. Huh. I think it's supposed to point forwards. Oh, well, no. I was going to say, I wonder if the tail's mirrored, but if the tail was mirrored, then it would fucking point forwards. That's interesting. With some nice tinting on the cockpit windows so we can't see our pilots. Although I'm not sure if it's going to have... Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it has pilot models. It's kind of a shame. I wonder if we're going to get a decent break. Well, I mean, there's a bit of a break in the clouds over there, but I mean a proper break in the clouds, so I can kind of maybe sort of have a chance of figuring out where the fuck I am. I could just open the Sim VFR map and I'd know straight away, but kind of want to avoid that if I can. On the other hand, in the real plane, you would have somebody who's navigating and actually, like, doing their job, so... Like, to be fair, in the real plane, you would still know where you were. Kind of like in the Mi-8 when I use the kneeboard mark position thing, because there should be somebody else in the helicopter navigating, but I don't have another human in here with me, so... Yeah, fuck it, where are we? Forgive me, for I have sinned. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, we're a ways out, boys. We're a fucking ways out. Good lord. You kind of forget just how great the Great Lakes are until you do this. So the flight last night I went across from Chicago and cut straight across here and attempted to land over here, which I think is Duluth, I think? Or is that further? I can't remember. I don't know this area very well. Do I even have the Gasser border crossing? We should do, I think. I mean, if we don't, we can find an alternate airfield and set down somewhere, but... Yeah, I'm not sure. If you open the window and shout, "Packers suck," you'll get nailed by a Patriot. I'm not sure opening the window at 18,000 feet and 200 knots is the best idea, though. Even before it gets to the shouting "Packers suck" bit. Oh, it's starting to look nice and flat down there. Starting to look nice and homely. Well, we are getting some breaks in the cloud, which is good news. Actually, I think I can see... Looks like the weather front's up here. So once we're past these tall boys here, we might be into the clear. Right over Green Bay. £3,200 per hour, so just keep an eye on it. Yeah, that's... I mean, we're good. We're good. Are you auto lean? Pfft, no. I can't quite make out which setting is which because I can't move my head down far enough. Oh, I think I am, yeah. Yeah, I think I am. So one more step up would be auto rich, right? So yeah, I'm auto lean. I did something right by accident, although I did that on the ground when I was starting the engine, so it was not right. Whatever. It works. Yeah, some of it's devs just setting shit wrong, and some of it might be the sim. So I followed along, like this is going back I think a year now or so. Rush was doing a flight in this across Australia, and so we started at Perth, and we did a stopover in Forest, which is literally smack bang in the middle of Australia, you know, in the middle between the two coasts. I was flying his wing in a Corsair with the drop tanks on. I was not even down to internal fuel by the time we landed. And I was not using cruise settings on the engine. I was thrashing it. Like, I was fucking fanging along at near combat power, and it just did not give a shit. We're going manual. We have not had the flight engineer do anything since pre-takeoff checks. In fact, you can see that. I can turn that off. I should have turned that off when I took over manually, but whatever. Hey, the clouds are starting to clear up. We might actually have some visibility once we get near-ish the border. Don't think it's PMDG because the X-Plane DC-6 is pretty much bang on. Yeah, it might be the sim. I don't know, to be honest. I haven't really tested it extensively. The GB, I will say the GB, with pretty reasonable power settings. I went from fucking Medicine Hat up the Trans-Canada Highway, turned north a bit past Suffield, hit the South Saskatchewan River, followed that until Drumheller, turned kind of west from that, and then just zigzagged west, north, west, north, west, north, all my way up until I found Red Deer, and I landed there, and I had used maybe a fifth of a tank of fuel. Maybe. Are the boost pumps still on? Ah. Are they not supposed to be? That might explain a few things. Still minus 20 out. T's and P's. Carbs are still fucked. I probably should turn the heating on, to be honest, but I don't want to bump anything else down here. It's kind of in an awkward click spot, and I don't have them bound. But yeah, everything except the carbies look... Oh, they're happy? Oh, you're right, I'm hallucinating. I thought I saw a green band between yellow and red, which I thought that doesn't make much sense, but no. Well, I was just seeing things. So yeah, we'll leave them where they are. Cylinder head temps are happy. Water pressure we don't fucking care about because we didn't really use... Well, I don't think we used it on takeoff. We're not going to need it in flight unless I really fuck up. That's happy, that's happy. That's happy. That's happy. These are all within tolerances. We are cushy. And yeah, we're burning... what was that? 800... Is that 800? Yeah, 800 pounds per hour per engine. So 3,200. Yeah, I'm just with engine stuff and icing. I'm a little fucking PTSD'd from flying the 247 because the 247 is a little bit finicky in that department. It's either on fire or icing up. And when I say on fire, I mean literally on fire. The effect for it is quite impressive. It's not what you want to see as you're turning onto final, though. I mean, I guess it's better you see it turning onto final than see it, like, at cruise height over water, but... Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I could see how that would happen, especially with me monkeying around in the cockpit. Hey, it's clearing up. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. Hills? Fuck that shit. Elevation? Lame. Look at that. Flatter than a weeb's dream girl. Left one on once flying from Hawaii to Santa Barbara and had to fly the trip with 3 engines. I mean, at least it was 3. At least it was still 3. If it was 1, it would be a little awkward. I've got pretty good with the 247 now. Like, my first flight went really well with it until landing. Like, literally, as I turned on to approach the airfield, the first engine caught fire. And as I was on short final coming over the approach lights, the second engine caught fire. So I picked a great time for it. I just landed normally once the fire was out. But yeah, so my first flight, I did that. And then I think the second flight, I mostly got it to kind of run okay. And by about the third flight, I'd figured it out. So not even paying attention to what it says in the manual, I just went with oil temps at 10 to 11 o'clock and oil pressures at 1 to 2 o'clock, and it seems perfectly happy at those settings. If you can maintain that, you'll never have issues with it. Yeah, unless you're me. I'd say this is my kind of country, but there's too many trees. Still too many trees. Where are we? We are just north of the Great Lakes by now, I think. Not sure if we passed all the way north of them. So we started off in Chicago, and we're heading up in the general direction of Canada. So if we open the cheetah map, because we'll assume I have a competent navigator on board. I said if we open the cheetah map... There we go. You're right! You're right, we're not as far north as I thought we were. Oh my god. My man's too used to flying a MiG-21. Yeah, we're... we're still not even out of the US yet. So, again, my geography in this area is not good. Thunder Bay should be, like, up here somewhere, shouldn't it? And then I can't zoom out enough to figure out which province we're going to be into. I think we'll be into Manitoba. Manitoba, or like really east in Saskatchewan. Yeah, there's the fucking Rockies, so that'll be... There's Vancouver. So there's BC. There's the border, like, right about there-ish. There's Jasper up about there. Banff down there. Calgary will be there. And Edmonton will be there. And then that's Slave Lake, so High Prairie will be there. Grand Prairie's down about there somewhere. You can tell where I'm from because I actually know what I'm looking at here. Over here is just mystery to me. That's some view. Savor and a radial DME. I'm going to tell you guys a dirty secret. I do not know how to use any of the navigation shit in this. Like, in theory, if I could actually work these fuckers, I kind of sort of know how to set them up because it's the same as an Arc 5. I know how to use RSBN. If you give me something with an RSBN 6 in it, I know how to navigate with it. But, yeah, like the Western shit, especially like these. Wait. That's my transponder, I think. Yeah, that's my transponder. Is it? No. That's my transponder. That's ADF. I can read. Then these are comm radios. Comm radios. That's ADF. Okay. I have not even done my nav endorsement in real life, so like I can navigate with a map like somewhat, but don't expect me to get too technical here. I know how to do basic, and I mean basic radio navigation in a MiG-21 or a MiG-19. That's about the limit of my radio nav capabilities. Because I don't usually do this. I don't usually jump in tube liners, albeit tasteful tube liners. I don't usually hop in these things and fly, you know, sort of high altitude point-to-point stuff. I fly a lot of GA sort of, or light sport sightseeing. I fly a lot of warbirds around, just kind of stunting. The most flight time I had in this thing until now was coincidentally following a small twin-engine aircraft towards a patch of brushland next to a highway near some power lines about 100 feet off the ground at very low speed. So I haven't really done any point-to-point stuff in it. Likewise, I learnt to use Gyropilot last night. I mean, the basics are obvious, but the clutch was the detail I was missing. So I now am proficient in the Gyropilot, which is why I can do this. But yeah, like, the only flying I'd done in this until basically last night was low level, low speed near the stall, turns that would make passengers throw up, that kind of thing, and just pure visual hand flying. All I know of radio nav I learned from Twitch. That might be why I end up in the assholes of the earth. Yeah, like, it probably wouldn't be that difficult for me to pick it up. I mean, like I said, I know how to use the Soviet systems in their tactical fighters, so if I can do that, it shouldn't be hard to pick up the Western ones. Especially since the fucking Arc 5 is literally a copy of that fucking thing. But yeah, I just haven't put the time into it yet, because I haven't really had the need. I'm the kind of person that, particularly because I'm not, like, I haven't flown in real life for about 4 years now. It's something I need to start saving up to get back into, and kind of pick up where I left off. But I'm the kind of person who will only learn things as they need to. So there's still stuff on the MiG-21 I don't know how to do in DCS, like the approach autopilot. I have no fucking clue how that works. I've never used it. A lot of the blind landing instrumentation I have not used or barely used. So I just basically pick things up as I feel I need them. Ooh, we're hitting some turbulence here. Oh, the MSFS forums guys would be pissed about that. Oh no, my plane is moving up and down slightly without me commanding it to. How can this be allowed, Asobo? I had some actual real turbulence with it last night, with the gyro pilot on, and it was all over the place. It was quite fun. VOR to VOR in the DC6 is really rewarding. You should watch a 15-minute video on it at some point. I should. I've got a lot of videos to get through, though. I have this problem where I go to watch some of my video backlog and see something interesting pop up in recommended, and then another 10 tabs open before I know what I'm doing. So I do need to do that, though. Hey, Faisal. Good to see you. We're flying in a DC-6 over... fuck, what state are we in? Michigan? Wisconsin? I don't know. One of them. You'd be 3 times out of fuel in the 21. Also close to Russia, probably. 21's not bad on fuel. The 21's really not bad on fuel. At this kind of altitude, like if I brought a 21 up to 18,000 feet or more and just sat in min burner, especially higher, like up around, I can't be asked to do the conversions, like 40,000 feet, but up around 13 kilometers in min burner, the 21 sips. It'll sit up there for quite a while. That's just on a single belly tank. I only ever bring a single 800 liter. Sometimes not even that, depending on how close to the front line my base is. It'll chill up there for a while. It's like the MiG-29. Everyone overstates how quickly they run out of fuel because most people in DCS are sitting in the weeds at full burner with like 3 bags. In the case of the F5 pilots, it's often 3 275 gallon tanks. The fucking 275 gallon is nearly as fat around as the F5 itself, and they wonder why they, A, aren't very fast, and B, run out of fuel anyway. Like, the amount of, like, the drag index of those tanks is more than your entire plane. What are you doing? Who's this plane? It's the Douglas DC-6. And we're in Pacific Western Airlines colors. It's just such a good looking plane. Such a good looking plane. Although, you know what? I wonder with this livery, I wonder why the engines have black paint on the outboard side. I would have thought, if anything, they'd have that on the inboard side as a form of anti-glare. Or maybe it's a texture error. Might be that the livery needs some tweaking. Because I think that should probably be the other way around. So yeah, it might be an issue with the livery. Still though, she looks gorgeous. Oh look, there's an airport below us. Or actually, that's an Air Force base, I think. Looks like dispersal hangars down there. Yep, 4 engines. So we've got 2 gauges, but 2 needles per gauge. So engines 1 and 2 are on the left gauge, and then engines 3 and 4 are on the right gauge. So each one there's 2. But there's 4 individual gauges for the BMEP, which is the like the effective power from each engine. But all the rest are paired. So you've got paired manifold pressure, paired RPM, paired fuel flow, And then paired ones for temperatures and pressures as well. It's a heat thing? That's where the exhaust dumps. Okay. Oh, that's the other thing. You won't see it now because it's broad daylight, but at night you can see the flames flickering out of the exhaust. You can in the Connie as well, although I feel the effect on the Connie's a little exaggerated because you can see it even in daylight. But at night, you can definitely see the flames licking out of the exhausts. What I might do... Oh yeah, I see what you mean. They go on the outboards only. What I might do is, once we set down, we might fast forward to nighttime. And we'll do just a short buzz around at night in this. Sarajevo landing on the airport. I don't think that would go too well in this plane. I tried one of those yesterday and it ended poorly. And that's an understatement. It's like a bomber? Kind of, yeah, kind of. It looks so good. It sounds good as well. So hang on. Forgive me, I'm not a lakey person, I'm a prairie person. So this one, right? This is Lake Superior, yes? And then... Or, hang on. Is that Superior, or is that Superior? This is Superior, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, because the fucking... There's the island where all the ships get fucked up. And then the Edmund Fitzgerald is, like, sunk over here, I think. I think it's over here. And then Lake Erie is... I don't know, one of these fucking group down here. So yeah, actually, Duluth is up here. So we haven't passed it yet. And then Thunder Bay should be up kinda like there somewhere, I think. Holy fuck, is that a tailings pond? Oh, Jesus. Oh, actually, that might even be a flooded mine. That's probably what it is. It's a flooded open pit. Because there's the actual open pit. Oh, she's pretty deep, too. She's pretty deep. There's the tailings part. Oh my god. I want to fly over that now. That is a big-ass mine, dude. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 pits. Looks like the beginning of a 5th. That is a big-ass iron mine. Because that's what this area is known for. Iron ore. That's why there's so many steel works and so much shipbuilding that happened here during World War II. You can also see how the sim has blended different seasons together. They don't quite match up, but it blends better than if you were using Google imagery where it's all different colors. So this is one of the reasons I don't use the Google imagery kind of hack, if you will, is because the Bing scene, or like the Bing imagery might typically be lower resolution and more out of date, but the AI actually blends it, or makes an effort to blend it. The Google stuff isn't blended at all. Good 80s Finnish rock. If we ever actually do end up getting the Draken for DCS, I really hope Enigma adds, like, a neutral country and just make it, like, budget store Finland with Drakens and MiG-21s. And they just, like, their whole thing is air policing. I would play that team over blue or red anytime. Gotta head to bed, don't blow up my engines, I'll know. No promises. Look, I mean, it's going okay so far, right? But, thanks for hanging out, man. I'm glad you were able to catch me while I was actually flying the DC-6. And hopefully you sleep well and don't have too many nightmares about what I am doing to your engines. Areas farthest south. Okay. I should really know by now which lake is which, but I just kind of never bothered to learn. To wake up in a sweat once or twice. It's going good, Mr. Reaper. It's going good. Just don't ask the passengers how they're doing. Some of them may have some lasting effects of being without breathable oxygen for several dozen minutes. Have you ever flown on a piston prop liner? No, sadly. I would love to, though. I don't think I've ever even flown on a turboprop. Yeah, the DC-6 is gorgeous. It looks good, it sounds good, it flies really nicely. Like, I just got the gyropilot running at the moment, but hand flying this is a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. And unlike many things in MSFS, she stalls as you would expect her to, when she should. It's like the most overlooked aspect of aircraft flight modeling in this sim. Not because the sim can't do it, but because most devs just don't care. Like, it's like they realize most people in the sim will do what I'm doing now. They'll just put the autopilot on and chill. So they don't bother modeling edge of envelope stuff. They really should. Low speed, low altitude ops in this are a lot of fun. Cheers for the follow, by the way, Mr. Reaper. Appreciate it. Need to play Flight Sim more. I've been playing too much DCS. I've been taking a bit of a break from DCS lately. So yeah, I've been playing a lot more Flight Sim. Mostly off stream, just like when I get home from work, I'll chill out for a few hours playing Flight Sim, but I've been streaming it more as well. I still enjoy DCS, it just gets frustrating sometimes. I'm pretty burnt out on it. I've been playing DCS, you know, almost constantly for a couple of years at this point, so I needed a bit of a break. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's getting a bit that way, like, there's no new modules I want to learn yet. You know, one of the servers I play on is kind of going through a rough patch at the moment, and I'm not sure how we're going to fix it. The other one I play on, I'm just kind of burnt out because I end up feeling like I have to carry every time I play. So I just come and chill in MSFS instead. We could actually do... see what we got for cameras in this. This is all going to be cockpit stuff. Hang on. Get rid of the quick view. Do I not have a... instruments? Huh. I guess I don't actually have a, a camera for the cabin. Words are hard. Also, I wish I hadn't done that now, because it's fucked up my head position. Yeah, showcase I can do it. So if I go showcase, I can, or does it maybe pop up in the menu on showcase? Oh, yep. No, I see what you mean now. So if we go... that's an external... kind of stuck through the window. Oh, there we go. There we go. I need to turn that HUD off, but... yeah, the Mirage F1 will bring me back, for sure. It's like a lot of fun. Okay, let's go back to that, and then we'll go back to our cockpit view. Do the seats have ashtrays? You know what? It'd probably be quicker to just do this. Just check, rather than go through that menu again. Yeah, I think that might be supposed to be an ashtray, maybe? I'm not sure. Were you able to catch the Oilers win today? No, I'm gonna have to watch the replay of it, I think. But I'm glad to hear they won. Put those fucking dirty Calgary people back in their place. I have to go mock my older sister on Facebook after the stream. There we go, that's better. How are we going on fuel? We got shitloads. So I filled it up 50%. So she's not filled right up. And we're still burning about 3,300 pounds per hour, it looks like. And do I dislike Calgary? It's just a boring city with terrible, aggressive drivers. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's not the worst, but I prefer Edmonton. I'm obviously biased, but I do prefer Edmonton. It's got a bit more feeling to it. Calgary just feels like a generic city in a lot of ways, but Edmonton feels like it... Because, you know, because we cling on to fucking outdated shit. The CBD of Edmonton, other than the new towers that have gone up and the airport being closed, has not changed. Oh, and the rat hole being closed too. But, like... The skyline, other than the new towers, looks the same. My old neighborhood looks different because a lot of the old houses got knocked down and rebuilt. My poor old house, my poor beautiful old house is gone. It's been replaced by a crime against architecture. Hate cheer and lurk, but got stuff to do? That's fine, Sniffer. Don't worry about it. I appreciate your presence and I appreciate your lurking. And your bits as well. See, I'm streaming tonight so I can, in theory, get shit done tomorrow, which probably isn't going to happen. Seen the PMDG 737. I've seen a few videos of it, but it's not really my cup of tea. If we had, like, a full-on vintage 737, I'd probably get it, but the modern stuff, I kind of don't really care. I'm not going to say we shouldn't have tube liners in the sim. I'm just going to say they're not my cup of tea. Because I've got to have something to intercept with my Su-15 when it comes out, right? So we can't say no to tube liners. Otherwise, what am I going to do? Who am I going to bully? Oh. Oh. We gotta... This may blow your eardrums out, because I just cranked the volume all the way up. It's one of my favourite songs. And the drone of the engines is going to go quite well with it. There's a lot of shipwrecks around that island. Hang on, is that... No, that's the peninsula. I'm dumb. The island's up in front of me. I always get spun out by just how huge these lakes are. So yeah, that's the fucking mainland. Jesus. Oh, oh. Get that little glare off the windscreen. What a beautiful plane. Man, I don't care about all the drama. I don't care about Roger being a dick. I don't care about any of that. This album is fucking fantastic. It is so underrated. Who said anything about soft? That's the island I thought I was passing. That should be Thunder Bay, I think. The absolute size of fucking Lake Superior. Jesus. We're pointed in more or less the right direction now. Kind of wish there was an index hash mark or something on this so I could tell when it's actually leveled off. I know you have the aileron indicator, but... all their songs are bangers, honestly, but... this is one of my favorites. Like, the final cut in general is really good. I don't care what anyone else says. It's one of the best albums ever written. But The Gunner's Dream especially is just incredible. Like, I really like the more emotional stuff. The actual, like, heavy subject matter. Not to say that they're older songs that are less, you know, heavy are bad. They're not. They're fucking great, but... I don't know, just something about songs where you really feel it. That's my jam. What is your gadget for the view? This is a Track IR5. So I've had it for about 12 or 13 years. And there's a little camera next to my webcam that looks at where these 3 LEDs are pointed, and it uses trigonometry to figure out what angle my head's at and where I'm looking. And now one of my dad's favorite bands. So every time I hear Boston, I remember going on road trips as a kid. We have Canada in sight. And we got some more weather over there, so it might be a bit JFR on the landing. Maybe. I might just leave the music turned up for now, because the plane's going to drown it out otherwise. Sucks nobody's yet made a proper DC-10. Yeah, I'd love a DC-10. I don't know if this would work with Xbox. Probably not, because you've got to install software for it. So I don't think it would work. There might be an Xbox equivalent, but it'd probably be like through Kinetic or something like that, if that's even still a thing. Did a Nevada-Arizona road trip with my dad when I was 18. Made him discover Dream Theater. I don't think it's his favourite band now, sadly. I haven't listened to Dream Theater in ages. I need to put some on the playlist now. Like, this is wonderful now. It kind of sucks that the music's not going to be there in the VODs. But, man, I can actually just add whatever I want to the playlist. I don't have to worry about removing shit because it suddenly spikes fucking shit on YouTube anymore. Like, I just... Ugh. Just gonna have to spend a day sitting here adding songs to it. So we're still doing 200-ish indicated. No idea what we're grounding, because I have no idea what the wind's doing at the moment. Another thing that a pilot should know that I didn't bother to check. Engines look happy. T's and P's look happy. Fuel burn rate hasn't changed, which is probably a good thing. And we got plenty of fuel left. Plenty of fuel left. So once we hit the shore over there, we'll probably start looking for somewhere to land. And we'll see how my landing skills are in this. My first attempt at landing this was a bit of a mess because I'm not used to a long aircraft where you sit high up above the ground. So I did a tail strike on my first ever landing attempt. It was in Japan somewhere. But my second ever landing attempt was butter smooth. I took it from... I think I took it from McCarran. Actually, no, I didn't. I took it from fucking Los Angeles. So I took it from LAX up to Groom Lake. It was in the the vintage Air Force One skin. So I did a flight up from Los Angeles to Groom Lake and landed there. Yeah, it is. It is. Copyright law in general needs really to be overhauled for the digital age. Especially, like, it's one thing if somebody, like, implicitly monetizes... Like, if they take your entire song and use it like they would use it in an ad or a film or something. But if it's just background audio in a stream, especially if it's not turned up this loud, so it's being drowned out by in-game sounds, streamer's voice, whatever, like... I don't know. The thing is, too, they kind of force your hand, because things like broadcast licenses or buying licenses to the music are just out of reach for ordinary people. You know, they're priced at industry prices. This is the thing. Like, so much shit is priced out of the range of a normal person that you either have to do it the not legit way, or you just have to fucking suffer and hope your playlist is copyright-free shit. Like, it's just... I mean, there's some good copyright-free music, but it's just a pain in the ass. And of course, if the record companies take your content and fucking misuse it, good song. We got any Liverpool fans in here? Yeah, like, if they do that to you, they suffer no consequence. If you do it to them, you get the book thrown at you. I think we're going to disconnect the gyropilot and start manually descending it. Definitely leave those closed. We're just going to have to hope we don't descend through clouds, because I ran out of de-icing fluid.
For your legal defense funds, Kappa.
Cheers. I think, really, there needs to be a some kind of change in legislation that factors in the, shall we say, the relative, the power differential between the parties involved. So if the fucking RIAA decides to go after some granny who uploaded a YouTube video of her kids singing along to a song, it's at worst going to be a slap on the wrist. Whereas if the RIAA decides to steal someone else's fucking work, for them it's like a fucking crippling fine. It's never going to happen, of course, because of lobbying groups. Because, you know, we have no corruption or bribery here in the civilized world. It's lobbying instead. Totally different thing. Definitely not bribery and corruption. But in an ideal world, that's how it would work. It would be proportional. I'm not a Liverpool fan myself, but I've got to give them credit for just things like that, and also having such a good song to go along with. Fuck, it's got the good ones lined up today. Okay. Throttle creep forwards. Bring that down a bit. T's and P's. Looking okay. Yeah. So, as long as the carbs don't ice up, we should be okay. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I know. It's just to make an example. It's vindictive. If there's one word that describes the fucking RIAA in particular, it's fucking vindictive. And again, they do the same thing themselves, and they get away with it, because they fucking pay off, you know, pay off the legal system, pay off politicians, get the most expensive lawyers, so nobody can fucking touch them. You also see a lot of abuse of the DMCA system as well. So, for instance, I had a video claimed on YouTube, and of course, when somebody claims it on YouTube, they can do whatever the fuck they like with it. In all of these cases, they decided to monetize it. So I had one claimed where somebody tried to claim the shitty, low-quality engine sound effects from the original IL-2, a 2000s-era flight sim. They claimed the engine sounds and Russian radio chatter as like some sort of house mix bullshit. It was some publishing house I've never heard of claimed against it. I disputed it successfully, but it's a pain to have to fucking dispute it, and those pricks made profit off my channel, which isn't even monetized for me, by the way. They made profit off my YouTube channel in the time it took that fucking appeal to go in. So that happened once. Then I had the rain sound effects in Arma 3 claimed as like a white noise sleep compilation bullshit. Same deal. Successfully counterclaimed, or not counterclaimed it, but successfully repealed it. And the most egregious one, I hate fucking talking over Brian Eno, but the most egregious one was a Half-Life mod. And this random fucking publishing house tried to claim, or no, Sound Effects Library, tried to claim the credits song, so Kelly Bailey's work from the Half-Life soundtrack. They tried to claim it, and when I went to the claim source to figure out what the fuck they were doing, because obviously they don't own the rights to Valve music, I found out somebody had taken the credits song, added a single repeating bar, like one bar of synth repeated over the whole song, and mixed quite low so you could barely hear it, and claimed that as an original work. And so they were getting hits off every fucking Half-Life video on YouTube, where the uploader either had abandoned the video or didn't have the energy to fucking dispute it. So they were basically farming Half-Life content. They were farming Kelly Bailey's work for their own profit, which is just fucking egregious. Like, I cannot fucking believe that they were doing that and that they got away with doing that. There's that island I was talking about with all the shipwrecks. Cool thing about Lake Superior, by the way, the water is so cold that dead bodies basically don't decompose. So if you were to dive on a shipwreck, which is a big no-no, generally speaking, but if you were to dive on the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, for instance, you would probably come across the crew members, unfortunately. They're still there. Well, this is a good song, but we're going to turn it back down a touch, just so it doesn't drown me out. I feel like that's a good level. Let me know if the audio levels need adjusting, by the way. I can't do audio adjustment on the fly. I can't even tell the volume of my own voice normally, so trying to balance myself against music, against in-game effects, and my levels are set different than yours, it's kind of difficult. Rather shoot myself in the foot than work for the music industry. Yeah. Unfortunately, there are a lot of lawyers out there who don't feel the same. Conkers, I was on a Pink Floyd binge for like 3 days at work. It kept me going through the last week. And it was cool too, because like, a lot of their earlier stuff I had just not heard. Because most of my family members who like Pink Floyd like the sort of mid to late era stuff. So I had not actually, I don't think I'd ever actually heard Sid on vocals before. So I didn't recognize his voice. I was like, hang on a minute, that's Sid. It was cool to hear. And then I also rediscovered a lot of songs which I hadn't heard since I was a child. So for instance, on The Turning Away, I have not heard that song since I was a kid. I heard the melody, I was like, oh my god, I've been trying to place this melody for so long, and I couldn't, and now I know why. Discovered the story of the Edmund Fitzgerald accident in Lake Superior on Historic Travel's YouTube channel. Pretty chilling stuff, I never heard about it. Fuck, what's the channel name? Caitlin. Caitlin the Undertaker. I forget what her channel's actually named. She had a really good video on it, and why the bodies are still there. Because of the conditions of the lake. I'll watch my speed, I'm getting a little fast here. Oh yeah, because... Oh, you know why? What's our altitude? Oh yes. We kind of want to be dumping these. That explains a few things. It's like, fuck, we're moving pretty quick. I wonder why. Maybe because I had the fucking superchargers in high gear. It's funny how, speaking of songs I hadn't heard for a long time, it's funny how memory works. I mean, my memory in particular, I have no short-term memory. I can't remember what I did today. But I have, like, photographic long-term memory, but it's also really specific. It used to be a lot easier to summon, but now it takes triggers to bring it back. And so, every now and then there was a melody I get stuck in my head, and I could not remember where the fuck I knew it from, but it was, like, eerily familiar. And then CCM, for those who watch him, remember like a week or two ago he brought up the topic of 80s cartoons that we watched when we were growing up? And I remembered vaguely there was an 80s cartoon I had VHS of that I used to watch constantly. I loved it. couldn't remember the name of it, but I remembered that it was a gang. It was led by a moose, and they had a caboose for a clubhouse, and there was an alligator and a lizard who were antagonists. It was a fucking get-along gang. And as soon as I remembered the name of it, and looked up an episode, I was like, oh my fucking god, it's the theme song. And as soon as I started hearing it, I could remember the words to it. And then I was like, let's see if I remember a full episode. So I put on one of them. I think it was it was Zipper's Inheritance and the fucking buried, the Mole Men treasure, or Moltek treasure. I fucking watched that episode, and within literally like 30 seconds of starting watching it, I could remember the next line before the next line was spoken. And I had not watched that since I was about 6 years old. I'm fucking, what, 32 now? Fucking crazy. I cannot remember what I did fucking 10 hours ago, but I can remember line for line a cartoon I haven't seen since I was 6 years old. I just needed something to trigger the memory. Yeah, Lake Superior does not fuck around. The weather on the Great Lakes is vicious, and especially Lake Superior. And, the lake ships are... Like, the lake haulers are not badly designed, but I wouldn't want to be in one in a really bad storm. Most of them aren't seafaring. Some of them are, but most of them aren't seafaring, and they're not really built for big sea states. But boy, when Lake Superior's angry, she gets up to a decent clip. It's like that video, what was it, a couple of years ago? It was a bulk carrier in the Black Sea. I think it was off the coast of Georgia. Or actually, no, it was off the coast of Turkey, like northern Turkey or something. And it snapped in half. And, like, on film, it snapped in half. Fucking scary. Just, like, 1 second the bow was there, then a wave came over it, and the next the bow was gone. Great Lakes are fresh water. They're fresh water, but they're brackish towards the inlet, I think. They're also very cold water, especially Lake Superior, which is why she preserves bodies so well. Like I said, if you actually went down to the Edmund Fitzgerald, you would find the crew members still there, and they are not really decomposed at all. They're still recognizable. Which is why it's a no-no to dive on the wreck. Especially to bring back things or get photos of it. Because it's one thing if you find a skeleton, but it's another thing entirely if you find a frozen body. That, you know, still has recognizable facial features, recognizable clothing, stuff like that. Oh, I can finally play Queens of the Stone Age on stream again. It's so good. So nice. This was a guaranteed global block on YouTube and mute on Twitch before I separated out the audio. Wampst the fuck is the airport. It's circle. Oh, there it is. The big straight thing with lights on the end. Could be it. Now, I don't know what the wind's doing. I don't really care. We're just going to fucking send it. Like we always do here. But I got a lot of speed to shed. And that is... Oh boy. Tell me there's an icing hazard without telling me there's an icing hazard. I'm hoping that's just smog, although I don't know if the sim cares to model the difference between smog and actual, like, cloud haze. I'm kind of concerned about Engine 1. What are you doing, Engine 1? Did I... No. I mean, we can do this on 3 engines if we have to. I'm just a little concerned about what's happening there. To go... Wait, was I already on auto rich? I guess I was. Alright, we're gonna start... I'm just gonna hand fly this in like I usually do. It's like a coal loader down there. I got a lot of speed to burn. It's weird as well, engine 1's kind of hogging some fuel, even though it's not producing much. Weird. I've done something to it, I'm sure, but I just don't know what. So the airport is there. We're gonna kind of actually go into a bit of a climbing turn here to get rid of some speed and give us a better view of the runway on the way in. Helps if I actually balance it. I mean, actually it would not help to balance the aircraft. I'd retain my speed and I don't want to, but whatever. Single landing for giggles? Oh, just... I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that. I'm not experienced enough in this plane to risk that. Oh, it looks like it's unfucked itself. I don't know what was going on with it. Might have partly iced up or something. Or just the prop was having a moment. It's the limit speeds for the flaps. Fuck. It probably says on that placard, which I can't read because I can't get my head down there. I'll just assume wide arc. Wide arc is usually a pretty safe bet for flap limits. Where'd me runway go? There it is. Oh, this is going to set us up really well. It's going to set us up really, really... Oh, no. Engine 1's having a fucking moment again. I don't know what's going on with it. I mean, it looks happy temperatures and pressures wise, so... whatever. Out of sync or something, maybe? Go one stage flaps. Oh man, hang on. You know what I'm surprised by? We haven't had a scenery loading issue yet. I've just jinxed myself, I'm sure. We're going back up to 100% volume on the music. My favorite Eagles song. Gear should be coming down. I don't even fucking... Where's the gear indicator on this? I've never actually noticed. Probably over there somewhere. We want more flap. Not sure about this wind, Chief. Not real sure about this wind, Chief. Unless that's the engine fucking me over again. I think it's wind. Hang on, let me get me view sorted out here. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, she's a little spicy down here. It's fine. Just doing a serious crosswind landing in an aircraft I have pretty much no time on. While I've got an engine misbehaving. This is fine. Also, I'm way high. Hey, Moas. It's going alright. It's probably about to stop being alright in a second, but decent flight so far. Yeah, that number 1 engine is kind of fucking me here. We are, of course, very high. Can go around, can't cure. Yeah, but if I go around, I'm just gonna have to deal with the same shit again, so... I think we can pull it off. Just gotta kind of keep an eye on it. Come in maybe a little fast. Just to have some margin of safety. Or. Don't you do it to me. We're probably going to land a little long. We're going to land a little fast. And I can't really get the engines to slow me down because, as I mentioned earlier, I got some binding issues there, but I'm sure we'll manage. Hey, hey, hey! That is a landed DC-6. We didn't even tail scrape it. Bring the flaps all the way up. So I think we're in Thunder Bay. I assume we're in Thunder Bay. It's a reasonably large city and it's in the right general area. Such a good song. Like I said, she's pretty well behaved on the ground as well. Decent turn radius. So if I was to put in full nose wheel steering, especially at low speed, it will almost turn its own size. It's quite impressive. We've got a escort here? What's going on? Oh no! Oh no! I think they've had a bingle. We're gonna have to run them over because they're in our way. They're park over there. Okay, since we're on the ground, we're gonna open these up. Don't want to cook the engines too much. most of the DCS ones aren't too bad. I found, since I got the analog axis for the paddle brake on the MiG-21, it's a lot easier to taxi that. The 19 as well. The 21 is already kind of easy because it gives you bullshit rudder authority at low speed. But the 19 is really nice to taxi now with an actual analog brake axis. Of course I have toe brakes too, but in the stuff that uses a paddle, like a bike brake, I use the paddle. I need to fly the Yak-52 more. I mean, it does need some more love. It is unfinished, but it's quite nice. Don't run the Spitfire over. We're not going to get much use out of that thing in the DC-6, but we'll park here. And remember I said we'd do a night flight? We're still going to do a night flight. We're just going to hope the engines don't fuck me. We're going to hit that, get the parking brake on, just let the engines idle for a bit. Come over here and get some fresh air. Okay. Yeah, oil pressure's low. That's just because we're sitting on the ground. Hey, the engines are happy. I didn't break the engines. I didn't break the engines yet. We're going to offload a couple passengers. We're gonna bring some extra cargo on, maybe. I realize I probably should have applied all the stairs and shit before I did that, so wheel chocks. Will it let me with the engines running? Maybe not. I don't think it will with the engines running. I'd have to... Oh, no, there we go. Just the click spots are a little sensitive, I think. As with many things in MSFS. How was that a click spot for that? Hello? Find the click spot? Okay, well, we'll close the main cabin exit if we can't have the main cabin stairs, I guess. If it'll even let me do that, bro, come on. This isn't a PMDG issue, this is all the EFBs in the sim are like this. They're just... How the fuck, bro? You know what? Fuck it. They can just jump out. They can jump out. Fuck them. Still can't apply the wheel chock, so... Tried any helos? A couple. Just the free ones. I don't have the payware ones. Oh, what a beauty. What a beauty. I love that big nose wheel steered over like that. What a gorgeous aircraft. What a gorgeous aircraft. Can't quite get the camera to the right height. Right about there, maybe. The interior could use a little... I don't know, like the resolution could be higher, but I'm not gonna really complain because I don't come back here that much. And the cockpit looks fucking stunning. Which is really the main concern, that it looks good from the cockpit and it looks good externally. Passenger cabin is nice to have details for, but if it comes at the expense of performance, maybe not. Main wheelbase are... Like, you're not going to be looking inside them, so you don't really need that much detail in there. Certain DCS developers should probably take note. There's your cargo bay. Full of luggage. such a good looking plane. And we got a spit behind us. Okay. So let's go ahead and fast forward. Right about there. Right about there. Okay, let's close up all these. If it'll let me. Hello? I swear to God, dude. There we go. I think there is a slight delay on them as well, because it actually animates them moving away. But it's a pain. It is a pain. There we go. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay, so it's probably clicking too fast before. Flight engineer, we don't need to worry about at the moment. Engines are still pretty happy. I'd say we've been managing them okay so far. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, red. We're gonna go ahead and just now set flaps. Can't quite make out a setting. 10, 15, 20. We will... We'll actually leave these kind of set to about 8. Oh, shit. And then we'll go landing lights, extend, and on. There they are. Just tried Nano VG setting in dev mode and then magically got 60 plus FPS in this game, in this plane. Don't do it while running or flying. Talked to Arctic Turn into it mid-flight and forgot to tell him it resets his aircraft. Almost ruined his day. Oops. The FB swings out if you drag it from the top right portion of the bezel. I can't find the click spot for it. Oh, I see it now. Ah! 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 That's clever. Okay. So... let's get rolling. I'm not confident we're going to turn around in that without clipping a wing on that. So we'll do a pushback. I don't know where we're going. We're going somewhere. Oh, fuel. We'll quickly just fuel it on the go. I know this is naughty and not very realistic, but I ain't give a damn. Fuel 50%. So we're back to half. We're not going to need full fuel where we're going, wherever that may be. Just check something. That's probably going to be way too far to fly. Oh yeah, there's no way. Hang on. Yeah, there's like that will take me literally hours. Consider how long it took us to fly from here up to where we are now. Oh, it's almost the same distance. Do we do it, chat? Do we do it? Or do we go east? Nah, fuck it. Let's go. Let's go. I can stay up tonight, assuming I can stay awake. Not sure what my takeoff trim needs to be, but... Do I... Okay, yeah. Engine 1 is doing that thing again. I don't know why Engine 1 is doing that thing, but I don't like it doing that thing. Follow the taxiway, not the road. We're not a car. I reckon that's enough runway, hey. Doesn't take much to get this old girl off the ground. I'm still a little sketched out about Engine 1. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. There you go, eat. Alright, man. Catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Wait. Did I just see what I thought I saw? Oh my god. Bruh. The brightness of the landing lights is actually tied to your engine power. See, when we're... Yeah, I don't know about Engine 1. It's over-revving a little, even. I feel like the prop governor's shitting itself. So we probably need to get that checked out. Maybe at our next stop. More power, please. Ooh, not that much power. It's a little sketchy. Oh, those trees look awful close. Fly the plane. Don't worry about the engine. Just fly the plane. Fuck, we were close to kissing the ground there. I mean, she was alright coming out of Chicago, it's just because of that engine. It's... oh, fuck me, that B-map's not looking so great. I'm looking at the wrong gauge. I was looking at engine 1's gauge, I should have been looking at the engines that are actually producing power. I think we may have just caused some damage. Let's try and nurse them a bit more once we're in flight. Okay, we're gonna come off the climb a little. Bring back the power a little so we're not thrashing the engines quite so hard. Aha, here we go. Now it begins. Now it fucking begins. Probably because we're over land instead of water, I guess. And there's a problem, because every time I have to go back to the menu to turn fucking photogrammetry back on, it kills the engines in this thing. For some reason. We're barely flying. We are barely flying. Try pulling the flaps up a notch. That's probably a bad idea, but we're not going to gain any speed otherwise. I feel like this wasn't my best decision, guys. After managing to nurse the plane here without any damage, at least aside from whatever Engine 1's doing, I feel like this was probably not the best decision I've ever made. In fact, let's just dump the flaps all the way out. For some, well, I was going to say some sweet climb rate, but no, we're not going to get that. I'll take any climb rate at the moment. Okay, no, she is not really flying here. She is doing basically the opposite of flying. I think we are toast, chat. Night Ops, yeah, we're having issues. One of the engines is being problematic. It's not dead, but it's not really producing power either. I don't know if there's much point feathering it, to be honest. Oh, sim crash? Sim crash! Saved by the bell, apparently. Well, we'll have to pick that one back up some other time with hopefully fully operational engines. No, it was number 3 that crapped itself. Oh, no, number 1, sorry, it crapped itself. Give me a moment, chat, while I decide what to do now. What I might actually do is grab myself a drink and something to eat. So we'll take a bit of a break, probably 10-15 minutes, and then we'll launch into something else. What else? Don't know yet. We'll decide. In fact, if we extend the break a little, I might get the sim going again, and we'll fly something else somewhere else. And since this is going to be a longer break than usual, I'm going to put this guy back on. And then wind it all the way back to here, and there we go. So you got something pretty to look at least. Guess who just realized they had half a cup of tea sitting freezing during that entire flight? Oops. So while I wait for the kettle to boil, things we could have done there to unfuck our situation, at least until the sim decided to unfuck it for me. Probably should have feathered the prop. Oh, I mean, first of all, shouldn't have fucking taken off with an engine that I knew was bad. That was a bad idea, obviously, especially at night. Second of all, should have feathered the prop, because it really wasn't producing that much power. It probably would have been better off feathered. Third thing, which I only just remembered the aircraft even has, because I'm used to small tactical fighters that don't have this facility, fuel dump. I should have dumped fuel because I was so heavy. It probably wouldn't have made the flight viable, but we could have at least maybe clawed some altitude out, gone around, and landed back at the airport we took off from. Oh well. You live and you learn, because it's a sim, and thankfully my incompetence can't kill me. Like I say to people when they're scared of getting into DCS, just fucking throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. You know, I'm not sure. High gearing the superchargers might have been an idea. I mean, I probably would have killed the engines, but thrashing the other three just to get me safely around and back on the runway, that's a fair trade. I might deliberately mimic that situation sometime just to test if that works. But yeah, like the T's and P's and everything were happy. So if I could have got like 5 minutes emergency power, so to speak, out the engines before they seize, that would have been viable, I think. Gear comes up as soon as the aircraft's off the runway. Like as soon as I hear the runway roll stop happening and the aircraft is climbing, the gear comes up straight away. They're all pretty good. It depends on what you're interested in doing or what you look for in an aircraft. So if you like doing like pre-planned strike stuff, especially low altitude, the Viggen is the default choice for that. If you like kind of an easy, like coming from the F-18, the F-5 will feel very familiar in a lot of ways. The MiG-21 is a lot of fun. It's like some things aren't simulated as they should be, but it's still my favorite module. It does a bit of everything, but it's obviously primarily an air-to-air platform. The MiG-19 is a fantastic gunfighter and doesn't do much else. Really, like if you were an F-16 guy, for instance, I'd recommend the MiG-19, because if you fly it like an F-16, you'll fucking wreck shit in it. Don't know about whether you really like helicopters that much, but the Hind is probably one of the best modules in the game. The Huey's good. It's a little slow to get places, so you need some patience, or to just tune into trucker radio on 30 FM and chill with the boys. The Mi-8 is also good, just that it seems like a lot of people prefer the Hind just because they like blowing shit up, but the Mi-8's a really strong aircraft as well. So really, it just comes down to what you prefer doing. Like if you want to do multi-role stuff, I would recommend the F-5 or the MiG-21, because they're really the two multi-role aircraft in Cold War servers. They're like multi-role, but they are multi-role. We got any Crowdies fans in here? I might queue one up manually next. It's one of my favorites. And my chair is doing that bullshit where it sinks again. It must just be because of the cold temperatures, but like I've got the gas cylinder lever locked. Theoretically, it shouldn't be lowering on its own, but it is. So if you see me disappearing under my desk on camera, that's probably why my chair's sinking. Sim's still loading. I'm going to enjoy my cup of tea, and then we should be back into it. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to fly. We did do a GB last time we did MSFS, so as much as I love flying that fucking psychotic little thing, we've already done it recently. I kind of want to fly the Connie, but I've already done one long distance flight and I was about to start another, so I don't know, I don't want to be up until like 2 a.m. streaming. Or at least not MSFS, sorry, if I'm still up that long. Let me think on it, chat, and once we're in game, we'll have a poke around, figure out something to fly, and there was somewhere I wanted to fly, and I don't remember where it was. Like, there was a specific place I wanted to go check out, and I do not remember where it was now. Might just buzz around home, honestly. My old home, that is. My real home. Space! The F-104's afterburner is still a bit glitchy, I think. So space might not be possible. Not until they fix it. Yeah, like I really love flying the 104. Probably half my time in MSFS is just in the F-104. So hopefully it gets fixed soon. This next song coming up, I always wish I had the talent to use Source Filmmaker, because every time I hear it, I think it would go so well with like a short Half-Life 2 piece. I can picture the camera angles in my head and everything, I just don't have the technical skill to execute it. Still waiting for the sim to reload, of course. It's probably going to take a little while longer, as it usually does. This is the issue with the sim crashing, as it takes so long to get it running again. That screenshot right there with the 337, that's over Katoomba, which is pretty close to the last place I lived. Definitely recommended to check out. Also, Milo Sanks has a very nice scenery of Katoomba Airport, including a pretty challenging landing. It's just about a bush strip. The runways are quite narrow, they're unpaved. And it's on top of what qualifies for a mountain in Australia. It's more of a plateau, I guess. But it also has power lines crossing the approach. So it's quite a neat place to fly in and out of. And also pretty close to Sydney. So about 15-20 minutes flying in something like a Cessna or whatever will get you to Sydney. And that is part of the Katoomba Airport scenery that Milo made. It's very detailed. I haven't flown over Switzerland in a while. Should probably do that again sometime. Last time I did, I took the Corsair out of Innsbruck and headed over the French border. Landed by a lake there. Beta tester I should be testing, I'm terrible. I know the feeling. That screenshot with the F4U and the DC6 I was in formation with, or the FG1D and the DC6 I was in formation with, that was flying along with Rush Aerosim Gaming. If you were listening in earlier, you may have heard me mention that the Corsair did not even go to its internal fuel tanks, flying halfway across Australia. That was from that flight. So I think the fuel burn rate on the Corsair is pretty fucking hosed. I just don't know if it's a Milviz issue, because Milviz are usually pretty good about that shit, right? Milviz make really good modules. So I don't know if it's a Milviz issue or a MSFS issue. But the fuel burn was definitely doing some weird stuff. It does have a lot of fuel, and the external tanks hold as much again as the internal, even with just, I think, the centerline one. But yeah, like I was barely past halfway on the external tanks. It was pretty ridiculous. And I was not flying at cruise power. I was flying, like, at climb power almost the whole trip. I had to keep playing catch-up because every time I take a screenshot, my game would stutter. And then by the time it unstuttered, Rush would be out ahead of me by a couple kilometers. So I had to constantly play catch-up with him. You know, give it the beans a bit. custom fuel system. I don't know. I need to actually properly test it sometime, and fly at the actual, the cruising power and see how long the fuel lasts out of one of the externals or something, so I know what it's burning. But I feel like I know this is kind of the bane of my own existence when I log on the DCS forums and see people saying how they feel something's wrong. But yeah, I feel like the fuel burn needs looking at. We had a doozy on the forums today. So the MiG-21's angle of attack indicator, the UUA-1, it goes up to 35, right? The aircraft's listed critical angle is 28.5. That's where the transition from the yellow and black stripes to the red and black stripes starts, and it's like 33 is you're kind of like you done fucked up. But it's a constant source of fucking headaches because people that don't understand how aerodynamics work think that because the Hornet shows you true angle of attack, the MiG-21 should show true angle of attack as well. The vane on the MiG-21 is about level with the cockpit on the left-hand side of the aircraft. So by the time the air hits it, it's already been disturbed by the fuselage, by the side of the fuselage. And so it's always going to read high. It's not quite a direct relationship. It's double a bit and then subtract some, I think. But yeah, like it's not meant to read 1-to-1 with the F2 telemetry bar or with the pitch angle. But people don't understand that concept and constantly make threads about it. And the latest one is they think that the critical angle's too low, and oh well, no, it's not even that the AOA reads twice as much, even though that's probably wrong too. Spoiler, it isn't. But it's a delta wing. It should be able to pull 30 AOA, no sweat. Like all this stuff, like it hasn't occurred to people that there are reasons for the aircraft to depart controlled flight other than the wing stalling. Like for instance, the fact it is a tailed delta with a pretty long fuselage means that once you reach a certain angle of attack, the entire wing is throwing the vertical tail into shadow, and the little strake on the underside isn't enough to stabilize it anymore. So once you hit somewhere between 15 and 20 on the UUA, 15 and 20 true. Oh no, I just realized the guy that posted about that was probably talking, he didn't know what he was doing. Okay, never mind. Once you hit about 15 to 17 degrees true, or like upwards of 28-ish on the UUA, depends how heavily you're loaded, and a few other things, the aircraft will begin to rock its wings quite violently. Because what's happening is the vertical tail is thrown into shadow by the wing, so there's no airflow over the tail anymore. That little dorsal or ventral strake, it's helpful, but it's not enough. Yes, it is. It is. We're ranting. It's not enough to stabilize the aircraft directionally, and so the aircraft it'll start yawing out. It'll slip to whichever direction it was tending towards once it shadowed the tail, and then once it reaches a certain point, the tail will hit clean air again because it's now, it's fucking slipping so hard. It hits clean airflow because the wing's not shadowing it on that side, and it kicks it the other way. And I've actually seen a video of this happening from inside the cockpit. There was the American test pilot who did a lecture on the MiG-21 and MiG-23 and repeated like every dumbass myth about both aircraft. But he did have some really good info in that lecture, which is kind of an important lesson in, don't trust everything pilots say, especially if they're flying another country's aircraft. But there was some good info there. Like he's a test pilot. He generally has an idea what he's doing. He just doesn't know how or why the aircraft was designed to do what it does. So if you ignore all his takes about the history of it or how it was meant to be operationally employed and listen to him on how it flies, you get a lot of information out of it. And he actually showed a video of the MiG-21 doing this. It slid out to one side, hit the clean airflow, kicked back the other way. This is in DCS, it'll just pendulum. But what it actually did is, because DCS has perfectly still dead air and none of this ever happens in DCS, in real life, when he did this, it went out one side, kicked back the other side, and then rolled completely over. Now imagine that happening as you're coming into land. So that's the thing. Like, it's the limit on the aircraft stalling, air quotes, stalling out, is not that the wing's actually fully stalled, because it's not. It's a delta wing. Of course, it's not going to be fully stalled at 15 degrees. But rather the fact you've just thrown your entire fucking vertical tail into shadow, and suddenly the aircraft has no directional stability at all, and will try and slip out from under you. And I just realized then that epiphany I had. There was a guy who was he's Czech, so English is his second language, and he's not as fluent as Koti is. And so he was trying to say that he spoke with a real pilot that said he could reach 20 degrees easily, and this guy's struggling at 15. I bet you any amount of money the real pilot he was talking to was referencing the UUA-1, because the pilot only has the UUA-1. That's the only instrument that shows angle of attack on a MiG-21. All the charts for the MiG-21, all the pilot's notes for the MiG-21, everything is based off the UUA, because you don't have anything else. It's not like an F-18 where it has an air data computer to backwards compute the actual real angle of attack from the sensor. You get a direct feed from the sensor, and what the sensor says you're doing is what you're doing. And that relationship between the sensor and the wing doesn't matter to the pilot, because the pilot's only flying off the instrument, off the sensor. Like, the actual true angle of attack of the wing is, you know, it's neither here nor there to the pilot, because as long as he follows the actual indications on the UUA, he's staying within that range anyway. So I bet you that was what happened, is he mistook the pilot talking about the in-cockpit indication for being a true AOA reading, which the MiG-21 has no facility to provide. There's nothing on that aircraft that can provide you with one. I mean, maybe if you put a telemetry package that feeds from the DUAS vanes on the pitot boom, which are used for the gun sight normally, but even that's still not going to be perfect. Anyway, lo and behold, the sim has actually, finally, loaded back in. It loaded in 5 minutes ago. I was just going pretty good on that rant, so I decided to not interrupt myself. We should see MSFS here in a second, just once OBS hooks it. Let's see. I'm going to go home, so to speak. Unfortunately, the scenery I have doesn't look that... Like, it doesn't look bad at night, but it doesn't look as good as it should at night. Calgary doesn't either, because the photogrammetry I have for Calgary doesn't have any night lighting. Edmonton has some night lighting, but it doesn't have enough, and it doesn't have the Christmas trees on the on Telus Tower. We need the Christmas trees on Telus Tower for it to be proper Edmonton. So we flew this little guy last stream. I did promise somebody a flight over Sweden, but he's not around at the moment, so I might do that next stream where he is. I think it's like fuck o'clock in the morning for him, so we'll do that in probably next stream, or might do it over Discord or something. I kind of want to fly this, but I want to do a long haul flight. Well, not long haul, but like similar to last flight. And I don't really want to pick up a second long flight tonight, so we'll skip on that for now. This little guy I really love flying, but I have flown it on stream pretty recently. I wish this was fucking flyable. Boy, if this thing was flyable, you would see me in a tube right now. Let's see. Hey, Garfield. So many choices. Difficult decision. This is my old standby right here. I love flying that thing. Yeah, there is a TBM. There's a vanilla TBM. I don't know if there's a third-party TBM yet. This is fun to fly. I think I've done that on stream a couple times, though. I'm going to try and do something I haven't flown yet, or haven't flown for a long time, at least. I have flown that on stream, I think once. I need to do it more, because that's... This thing right here, the Boeing 247D, tied best value you'll get in the sim. Tied between this and the Ravioli, which is this thing. So this is €10, and this is like $20 US. This is probably the highest fidelity thing in the sim. It has state saving for the ashtrays, and you can tap the gauges to make sure they're reading correctly. Like, it's insane. I did fly this, though not on stream. This livery specifically is what made me like this plane. Like, otherwise, don't really care, especially the short nose version. But this, the goofy eyes and the smile and the red nose. Haven't flown this for a while. I think I have flown it on stream, but I haven't flown it for a while. Actually, no. Have I flown it on stream? Don't remember. This is pretty neat, but it's not very good for sightseeing, because look where the pilot sits. The front seat has no instruments and no controls. The front seat's a passenger seat, so the pilot has fuck all visibility. So, not ideal for sightseeing. I don't have Airland or whatever it's called running, so can't really do helicopter stuff. There's your TBM. It's a 930. This is freeware. It's needs some more work, but it's better than I was expecting. Also, we got the meme Hot Wheels plane. How about... Haven't flown to Pits yet. But I bet it has a fucking glass cockpit. This thing, flight model needs work. I tried modding it myself. I am no CCM, I can tell you that much. I made the problem worse. But it's weird, I don't know if I'd say it doesn't stall, but it's very hard to get it to stall outside of very specific conditions, and it just doesn't feel like it gives you any real tail authority. It's weird. It needs a lot of flight model work. It's easily moddable, because it's not encrypted or anything, but it needs a lot of flight model work. Big Radials refuse to fix it. They think it's good. It's not. It's not. It doesn't fly like any warbird really should. Like, it's hard for me to put my finger on exactly what's wrong, but there is something wrong. It needs serious tweaking. Which is weird, because the Goose feels reasonably okay. I don't think I've really done any stall and spin stuff in the Goose, but the Goose felt okay when I flew it. So I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. I kind of bought it on a whim. I'd held off buying it initially because of that, but then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll pick it up and see what it's about. Because I kind of had the idea that if the flight model's not good, this can be the plane I learn to mod with. Which is still not a bad idea. It's just that, like I said, I made the problem worse somehow. Looking at the values they fed into it, though, some of them were real interesting. Like, the stability values were very bizarre. So I might just try copy-pasting some shit from, like, the Spitfire or something. I know they're different aircraft, but theoretically speaking... you know, it might help. It might help. Because the issue is, the aircraft will stall, but you don't have enough tail authority, especially at any kind of power on setting, to actually get the stall. You can still power off, but power on, you can't pull. It's like the MiG-21 at Mark II. Like, the center of pressure in the 21 shifts as it gets towards Mark II, and it can no longer stall itself. Like, you just physically cannot turn that hard. Same deal. Except it's not from center of pressure shift, it's because they got the stability numbers cranked all the way up for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, it's a shame. It deserves better. The Dornier float planes are interesting. The problem is, I don't think any of them have trim. One of them might. Maybe this one might have trim. This one I flew doesn't have trim. This one doesn't have trim. Or at least I don't think this one does. This one definitely doesn't. And no trim makes it very hard to fly. Like, I was full stick deflection just to avoid spearing into the water. Same thing with the trimotor, or the Fokker F7. Of the Fokker F7s, this is the one that has trim. It has a modern cockpit, thankfully not glass, or not too much glass, but that one has trim. The others, no trim. And this aircraft without trim is a bit painful. Because, like, in real life, it would be, you know, a lot easier to do. But when I'm especially flying with a fighter stick, in a sim with no direct feedback, it's a little miserable. I quite like this thing. I flew this for the first time the other day. Yeah, let's take the pits. We'll see how we go with this. First time I've flown it. We'll just fill her up with fuel because we don't know how long we're going to be in the air. And let's just go from... Oh, there's a little strip down there. Oh, I thought that was fucking Beaumont I saw the other day. Let's go from Wetaskiwin. Let's fly from Wetaskiwin. Print Destroy, cheers for the follow. There is a fantastic museum here, the Reynolds Museum. If you ever find yourself in/near Wetaskiwin, I recommend it. See if I can actually find it. I think it was near the airport. I just don't remember where near the airport. I haven't been there for like more than 10 years, so racking my brain a bit, but we did drive past the airport on the way to it. Shiunkas 52 wasn't a Asobo aircraft. I love it, but I want a more realistic experience. Yeah, I wish it wasn't encrypted. Like, I wish it was moddable. Because it doesn't need much, I think. Like, the flaps are magic. You drop the flaps and you can land inside your own asshole. But other than that, it feels pretty good. Let's go from here. Beluga module. It'd be interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's move my view up a bit, because I always like to be looking a little over the instrument panel. I'm gonna center and then pause my track IR. Okay, yeah, I moved it up a little more than I planned. So we'll angle it down slightly so I can see my instruments. I'm gonna hit Control F10 and pray it doesn't crash the sim. Some aircraft, this will crash the sim. Thank fuck it works. If I do that on the Skymaster, sim dead, instantly. I don't know why, it's really weird, but seems like only certain aircraft will let you save your, like your head angles, camera angles, whatever you want to call them. Can I open the lid on this? Typically the Asobo aircraft, yeah, you can't open the canopies. Doors, canopies, whatever, they won't open. The exception to that is the, I think maybe the Texans and the GBs. The GBs can open their cockpits. Okay. Pretty simple aircraft. She shouldn't be that hard to get running. Is that my starter? Gonna guess that's my starter? Okay, let's go ahead and... Is this a fixed pitch prop? I think it might be. Okay, mixture on... Do we have prop control anywhere? I don't see any, so we're going to assume it's probably fixed pitch. I'll just leave that control split out anyway. That is indeed a starter. Doesn't take much to get rolling. Fuck, it's quiet. Are there any cockpit lights in this? Oh, no, okay, she's not gonna run. Interesting. That might have been mine. Nope. What have I done? Fuel selector is off. Fuel 1. Let's figure it out here. Also, while we're at it, probably alternator should be on for that. That's in op. Oh, I wasn't holding the starter long enough. Dummy. Where's your checklist? In here. To be honest, obviously in real life when I was flying, I was following procedure as closely as I could, but in the sim, I just wing it. I learn by doing, so same as DCS, when I get a new aircraft in the sim, or the first time I fly something like this, I'll just get in the aircraft, spend a couple minutes hunting around the cockpit trying to figure out how to turn it on. Once I do get it turned on, I'll try and figure out how to taxi it without killing myself, and then I just go from there, build on that skill. Oh, that's gonna shit me to tears. I can't see around the nose, and I can't open the canopy and stick my head out. Basically steal it? Yeah, pretty much. Good practice. I mean, what? I didn't say that. Where the fuck is the end of the runway? I think I missed my turn. Oh, the tunes! Yeah, I did miss my turn. Should have gone that way. I don't know why I'm following taxiways. I'm in a fucking pits. Just fuck it. Taxiways are for squares. The world is my taxiway. Probably not the best direction to take off, but whatever. We got plenty of runway. Let's turn onto the runway from here. So when we went to the museum here in Wetaskiwin, we actually stopped off at the airport on the way back. Because my uncle knew somebody there. So we checked out the hangar. Chatted for a while. She wants to pull left. Not very hard, though. Need very little rudder to correct that. Oh, a little more now. Jesus, that was easy. Sounds like a fucking lawnmower. Like an actual lawnmower. Actually, no, I take that back. A weed whacker is what it sounds like. Engine overspeed. Oops. One of the nice things about Alberta, it is easy as fuck to navigate. And flat as a board. We do have pitch trim. I don't know if we have rudder trim. Not that we really need rudder trim. That's pretty mild. Hey, Thifa! Thanks for the raid, man. Fucking, what am I saying? Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. We're buzzing around Alberta in a pit special. This doesn't have a slip wall. Kind of weird. You would think that an aerobatic plane might want a slip ball of some description. Unless I'm blind and just not seeing it. Okay, so we want to turn left and head north along this road. Come back on the power touch as well. Notice there's a yellow band in between the green bands. It's probably harmonic at that power setting. It's kind of like if you let the Connie idle, like if it actually idles at really low RPM, below what it should normally idle at, it causes pretty nasty resonant vibrations with the airframe that can cause damage to it. Damages the engines, can potentially damage the aircraft. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on with the pits as well. Especially for something so lightly built. Visibility is actually worse than I kind of expected. I thought the canopy was a bit more of a bubble. So possibly not our best choice for sightseeing, but it's not bad. Should fly pretty nicely. I'm also running the power lines mod, which CCM very kindly put me onto. I didn't even realize it was a thing until he told me about it. So not only are the towers there, but the actual lines themselves are, and if you fly into them, you're not going to have a good day at all. So that should be the Saskatchewan River there, I think. Or a branch of it, at least. I like the fuel gauge. That's your fuel gauge right there. Just a clear tube that the fuel runs through. Yeah, it's fixed pitch prop. My RPM lever does nothing. I guess it makes sense. You're not really worried about cruising efficiency in this thing. You can see what appears to be runway lights over there, which is probably Edmonton International Airport, which is actually in Leduc, not Edmonton. This is some of the best farmland in the world. You can, like, drop something on the dirt here and it will grow. Doesn't matter what it is. How long they've been farming it? Since probably the mid 1800s, mid to late 1800s, early 1900s maybe. Like, Edmonton's a pretty young city all told. The fort's pretty old, but this whole area was settled as the railway came through. That's how my family ended up there. My grandmother on dad's side was from Washington State. She's from Spokane, and her family bought a plot of land at Thorsby, which is around here somewhere. That I can't remember if Thorsby's west of Edmonton or south of it, but anyway, Thorsby's around here somewhere. They bought a block of land and came up on covered wagons. So the soil here is like pure black dirt. It's actually called Chornozium because it's the same soil you find in the Eurasian steppe. Same as Ukraine, same as southern Russia, it's all the same soil. In fact, this is so much like Ukraine that when I flew over Ukraine in the sim, particularly southern Ukraine, I felt like I was back at home. Also, like, every second or third person in Alberta is Ukrainian, for reasons that are probably fairly obvious. It's just like home, so they all, you know, all decided this is the place to be. Kind of like how the majority of Falklanders are descended from Scots. Because only Scots would willingly fucking move to the Falklands. Climate's very similar as well, although a bit more harsh in winter. Well, I say more harsh in winter. Southern Russia in particular gets pretty brutal in winter sometimes. But it'll get up into the 30s and 40s in Celsius in summer, and then in winter it'll be like minus 30, minus 40. It has been known to hit minus 50. So it's got a pretty extreme climate. Edmonton's the furthest north city in North America with more than 1 million people in it. It's not the furthest north in the world with more than 1 million, but it's the furthest north in North America with that. And so it's very well adapted to it. You can get from one side of the city centre to the other without ever going outside. There's a lot of pedways and sky bridges and stuff. Is it wet, windy, and just generally goddamn miserable? The Falklands? Yeah, absolutely. Alberta, no. Alberta's dry, sometimes windy, and, well, I mean, winter's miserable if you don't like the cold or snow. I happen to like both snow and the cold, so I miss it. Oh, this fucking slaps. Some, yeah. I mean, Edmonton's a pretty big city, so you just get the normal in the city itself, but you get, like, the usual sort of northwestern Canadian wildlife in the area. I mean, in the north side you get some interesting wildlife too, the residents. I'll watch the revs, I'm kind of getting a bit carried away there. kind of heading northwest, which we kind of should be. Is that... Yeah, okay, that's the airport. Yep, that's the airport. Welcome to Leduc. This is where my grandma used to live. The Legion has, or had, I don't know if they still have it, a T-33 on a stick, but I don't know if we'll be able to see it in the satellite imagery. Also, unfortunately, someone needs to make a Leduc scenery. The grain elevator isn't a thing. So, where is it? Right there. That should be a grain elevator. It is a fucking big grain elevator, too. Just under me now. Pretty sure that's meant to be it. Right there. Yep, that's where it is. And you can see a train park next, a couple trains parked next to it. And then Tim Hortons is down around there somewhere. So Grandma's place was like back there. It was actually one of the ones on the corner, like there or there. That's Edmonton Airport, CYEG. Has not changed a bit since I was a kid. Like, that airport legit has not changed. The terminal especially, since probably the late 80s. Look, we like things that don't change in Edmonton. We like our old stuff. Need to see if somebody's done a custom scenery for this airport, because the auto-gen really doesn't do it justice. I mean, it's an airport, it's not that impressive, but it'd be nice to see it again, like, as it actually is. This is Nisku, this is all, like, industrial shit. A lot of oil-related stuff. Probably less now, but... It's, like, that's all Nisku is, it's just industrial words. The airport, also now, just about, like, there, I think? Somewhere in there. Now has, like, a massive fucking grow-up as well, because, you know, they legalized marijuana. And they use it for, like, they export the medicinal stuff. Because I remember last time we were there, my uncle excitedly pointed it out to us when he picked us up from the airport. The speedway over there. Pre-bands! Good to see you. We're just doing a bit of a buzz around my hometown. Well, we will be doing a buzz over my hometown when we get there in a couple minutes. So Beaumont is over there. Actually, let's go to Beaumont first. So my youngest uncle lives over there. It's not part of Edmonton, it's its own separate township. They make a big deal of being a separate township. Beaumont's shall we say they don't really hold Edmonton people in the highest regard. Also, they have, like, comically fucking corrupt cops. But, like, that's Edmonton, right? That's Edmonton. That's Beaumont. In about 5 years, Edmonton will be touching Beaumont. And good luck to them staying their own separate town then. Because last time I went home, which was in 2018, the city had almost doubled in size. It seemed like Edmonton grows so fast, it just sprawls outwards. It's like Calgary. Sydney's kind of similar, but Sydney's got actual geographical boundaries it can't pass. The Hawkesbury River in the north, the Illawarra in the south, and then the Blue Mountains in the west, and then obviously the Tasman Sea in the east. Edmonton doesn't have that. Calgary, kind of, sort of. Calgary really only has the Rockies to block it to the west. So Edmonton just... It's like when you watch somebody drop they get one of those pipettes and drop something on a plate of Agile jelly, and it's full of bacteria, and just like a colony immediately blossoms out from it. That's Edmonton. Like, it just expands every time you look at it. Wonder how long we can keep this inverted before the engine chokes. If that's modelled. Or before I read out. I don't think that's modelled. Should be. I don't think there's a limitation on it. I don't think they modelled that at all. Maybe the pits has, like, something to stop the engine from choking when you fly it inverted too long, but I mean, it is aerobatic, you would expect that, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of radio towers around here because it's just everything is so dead flat. There's no hills to put towers on. So there's a lot of radio towers, a lot of ham radio guys around here as well, so you'll see properties with their own towers on them. On the way into Edmonton, there used to be a sign, and it was Edmonton, City of Champions. It was put there back when they actually, like, when the Oilers actually won the Stanley Cup back-to-back and were, like, good at hockey, which, fingers crossed, they have finally figured out how to do again. Last time I went home, the sign wasn't there anymore. Somebody took it down. Yeah, I did. I'm glad they took his license away. I wish they could have gone after him for more, though. Like, I get that the FAA only has so much jurisdiction and can only prosecute for so much, but I really wish that they'd been able to pick him up on criminal charges, because that was fucking criminally negligent what he did. What a fucking dumbass. Like, seriously. Guy should go to fucking jail for that. We're revving the crap out of the engine again. So we're now right on the outskirts of Edmonton. And this is, I think the west one's Calgary Trail and the east one's Gateway Boulevard, or I might have that reversed. But one is Calgary Trail, one is Gateway Boulevard. The two main roads that go into Edmonton heading south, or, you know, north-south. If he'd managed to get out of it being proven that it was on purpose, I would be fucking stunned. It was so obviously on purpose, it's not even funny. Like, I don't think anyone could lawyer their way out of that. So all of that's new development. So the last time I was home was 2018. The time before was 2009, 2010. All of that has sprung up between those two visits. It's Mill Woods over here. It's where one of my other uncles lives. So Google has the entire city, like all of it, as photogrammetry. Bing, and therefore Microsoft Flight Simulator, only has the city center. I'm hoping someone does a full photogrammetry of it, though, using the Google Maps imagery. Because then I could find Uncle Albert's, which is around here somewhere. It's on the corner of 99th and 51st, I think. That might actually be it there. It's on one of these corners around here on the way into town. Southgate. That's the Southgate Mall there. These should be a lot taller. So the autogen's good, but it's not perfect. We're over Edmonton. We're over Southgate at the moment. I want to believe they will reclaim their title as City of Champions this year. I really want to believe. If they get to the finals, I'm taking the day off work as a religious holiday. That's the U of A over there, University of Alberta. We're just coming up on Strathcona now. Oh, it's part of the song. Oh, it's like, why did my music bot stop? So this is Strathcona. There's U of A. There is a mural of Joey Moss. Anyone from Edmonton will know who that is. There's a mural of Joey Moss on the side of one of these buildings somewhere down here. I don't remember which street it's on. It's one of these. I don't think it's in the sim though, because I'm pretty sure it's outside the photogrammetry. Unless it was... I swear it was that building. It looks familiar. Anyway, as you can see, we are now into photogrammetry. So U of A down here. And the Saskatchewan River down there. So this is a river valley. This is where I used to live. This is also why Edmonton's a much nicer city than Calgary. The only thing Calgary's got going for it is you can see the Rockies from it. But Edmonton's got this beautiful river valley snaking right through it. And then endless prairie in every direction. After chatting that case up with some people, someone said I shouldn't equivocate his stunt with aerobatic flyers doing morally unscrupulous stuff. A few days later, Red Bull crashed a plane about 25 miles south from me. Yeah, like... And the rub of that is every time somebody does that shit, it makes aviation more expensive and more inaccessible for the rest of us. Like, yeah, some things are maybe a bit over-regulated, and sometimes you just want to go do something stupid, but, like, come the fuck on, dude. Lawyers are ruining aviation as it is, don't make it worse. It's weird flying something with a fixed pitch prop. I haven't done it for so long. I think that's... yeah, that's Fort Edmonton Park down there. Pretty sure. So Fort Edmonton Park it's kind of like a, not really a theme park, it's like a historical park. Is that it? It looks like it. Where's the fort? If I can find the actual fort. Actually, no, I stand corrected, sorry. Fort Edmonton Park is in front of me. That's something else. There we go, that's Fort Edmonton Park, yeah, because there's the entrance, there's one of the streets, there's the hangar, there's the farm, there's the other one, and then there's the fort. That's the fort. So this is like a big historical sort of theme park. So for any Australians in chat, it's kind of like old Sydney town, basically. But for Edmonton. It's really cool. That should be a log fort, not a whatever that is. But still, it's cool that you can actually recognize it from the air. So the photogrammetry that Bing uses is probably 5-10 years old. Well, maybe about 5. So the Edmonton skyline is still as I knew it when I was a kid, more or less. I think there's 1 or 2 new buildings, but nowadays there's a fucking gigantic skyscraper like right there. I think they've finished building it now. Google Images has it partway built. I don't have the Rogers Place scenery installed at the moment, I don't think, and it's part of the Rogers Place scenery. Yeah, and then if you pick up some of the really good modules, like, say, the Boeing 247, or the Ravioli, or, like, even some of the vanilla planes are good, especially with, like, flight model mods, the ones that are unencrypted. But things like those, or the Milviz 310, which I definitely recommend, is fucking fantastic, and pretty good value for what it is. Like, it's just great, because then you've got the exploration, and you've got the aviation. I think that should be White Avenue under us. It looks like White Avenue. So, 82nd, or White Avenue, is like the main sort of drag south of the river. It's really pretty to drive down at night because all the trees alongside it have all like fairy lights laced up through them. Is it the A&W, I think? No, it's a Wendy's. There's a Wendy's where there's, in the car park, like the local hot rod club has all their meetings. I miss having stuff like this, dude. I miss this fucking place so much. In the Waco? No, I'm in one of the Reno pits. Wait, was this default or was it? No, this was Reno, yeah. I was debating jumping in the Waco. I might do a flight in the Waco, though. Do they have the small planes that don't require a license? Yeah. Well, I mean, depending on which country you're in, some of, like, here you need a recreational aviation license for them, but, yeah, it depends where you are. But yeah, there's like, hang gliders even in this, that you can get. There's warbirds as well, all sorts of great stuff. So yeah, this is Strathcona under me, like out in front of me. There's a really good antique, like a massive fucking, it's like an old theater or warehouse or something, like, or not, marketplace. It's like a really cool big old building with very dramatic architecture. And it's got, like, it's just wall-to-wall antiques. Like, everything you can imagine. It's fucking amazing. I love that place. I think actually, that is it. Next to the round building, it's somewhere in there. Somewhere around there. As I stick my head out of the canopy again. I can't wait to get out of this fucking country again and go home. Starflies is doing the sailplane the other day. Ooh. I'll have to see if she's got a VOD of that. I need to do some glider stuff in this, but I need to learn how to glider first, because my last attempt was rather embarrassing. It's all industrial area out there to the sort of east-southeast. A lot of oil refineries, petrochemical storage, shit like that, because, you know, it's Alberta oil, right? There's a high level and the low level, and that's the old bridge. So yeah, this scenery is probably about 10 years old, because that is the original bridge. That thing was like a fucking cheese grater to drive over, because the road surface was just like metal mesh, and so it would shake all the fillings loose in your teeth as you went over it, and it'd make this really loud buzzing sound. That was like if we went down to go to Superstore or something, which is that Superstore there, I think. Oh, actually no, Superstore's there. Yeah, like that was my "we nearly home" marker. And this hill here, the top of this hill here, sorry, as you come down there, that was my first experience of what negative G feels like, because there's a fucking hump in the road, and Dad would always take it at speed, and so you'd hang for a bit and then drop. There should be there's a railway crossing somewhere. There's the U of A again under us. There's a railway crossing somewhere. And there's a caboose parked on it. I think it was turned into a restaurant or a cafe or something. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, though. Was it this one, or was it the next intersection? I think it was that one. So yeah, it should be there somewhere, unless it's been moved. It might have been moved. It's been a long time since I've seen it. You can see the construction site for the new bridge. This is the old Rossdale Power Station. It's out of commission, I think. I used to live... That house with the red roof? That's not the house I lived in. The fuckers demolished it and rebuilt that fucking crime against architecture on top of it. Looks like fucking Hitler's last bunker, except painted red on the roof. I used to live in like a late 1890s house on that same lot. So that's my old neighborhood. That's the Kinsman Sports Center, where I was forever traumatized. I can't swim in swimming pools that have grates in them, like drain grates, because I saw a kid nearly drown in one when I was like 2 years old. And the memory was so repressed, I didn't even know why I had a panic attack the first time I swam over a pool grate. But that's... Thank you. Thank you. Site of childhood trauma. I think thermals are in, but you gotta crank the heat up a bit to notice them. I could be wrong, though. So yeah, that's Rossdale down there. And again, that red roof, that's where I used to live. I don't even know if the old blue and white house next door is still there. I had a vine that used to crawl up the side of the house and it'd come in through my window every summer. Yeah, no, I think the, is it Katie's house? I can't remember. The old house is gone. There's a old brewery is what that is. That's an old brewery. I think it's been converted into lofts or something now. There's the Muttart Conservatory. Group of glass pyramids. And that slope there, that motherfucker is where I broke my nose when I was a kid. Because Dad decided to get a fancy toboggan that had brakes on it, and he didn't tell me what the pedals did. So me, being a toddler, decided to find out what the pedals did through scientific experimentation. I slammed on the brakes coming down the hill at full chat and fucking sent him over the top of me. Mashed my face into the handlebars. So Expo Center down there, and the funicular is, I think, part of the same complex from memory. That's a riverboat. That's on the bottom of the river now. That thing sinks like every 5 or 10 years, and they raise it and it sinks again. There's Telus Tower. So at night around Christmas, there's a bunch of like string lights in the shape of Christmas trees, and they're all different colors on this side of the building. So we'd climb up on the roof of the house and watch fireworks over it. So I really want someone to do a nighttime scenery for Edmonton that actually has those trees lighting up. They'd light up in sequence, each color at a different time. That's Canada Place. That's all like government shit in there. So Rogers Place is like here somewhere, I think. You can see a lot of empty land here because this is kind of... Edmonton was undergoing a lot of new construction when this was taken. But yeah, Rogers Place is like there or something. It's in this general area. That's the library, the city library. The other university, I think this is Max's university over here. By the way, for those who have heard me kind of compare the Verpal Warbird base to the Warthog base, I'm flying with the tip of one finger right now. I'm flying with the tip of one finger. That's how sensitive this thing is. Closest power plant? So, the Rossdale power plant, which is right under us, I think that's been closed down for a long time. I don't think that actually produces power anymore. The closest active power plant, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't actually know. So yeah, there's the city center. And like I said, this is older photogrammetry, so this is the skyline as I remember it when I was a kid. It's changed quite a bit now. Come in for a bit lower level of pass over the river. And over the now sunk riverboat. There's the hotel there. The fancy chateau looking place. There's the legislature. That's the seat of Alberta's provincial government right there. And in winter they usually have ice statues in the park in front of it. Also, like I said, pretty much all of this is accessible through pedways, and then some of the towers have sky bridges between them. So when it's minus 40 outside, which it does get to pretty frequently, you don't need to worry about freezing your tits off outside. You just move between buildings through that. Atco building there. The Alberta Trailer Company, which is now pretty much the global company for fucking demountable trailers at construction sites. Don't know how that happened. We head over this way. We've got a golf course over there. There's the Commonwealth Stadium. So that was built for the Commonwealth Games, and is the home stadium of Edmonton's football team, who used to be known as the Eskimos, but I think they got a name change to the Elks recently. It still says Eskimos in-game, though. And I think it still did while we were there as well. So it must have been a recent change. Any forests nearby? Not natural ones, no. Just farmland. Lots of parks in the town, but like just farmland outside of it. If you want forest, you got to go further north, up towards Slave Lake and High Prairie. Well, actually, Swan Hills. You're already hitting forest by the time you get to Swan Hills. Oh, this is a fucking tune. There's Rexall Place / the Coliseum. That's where the Oilers used to play. That's the old arena. Loudest arena in the NHL while it was open. I'm glad I got to see them play there live before they decommissioned it. So that's still there. I think they're using it as just a general event venue at the moment. Rogers Place has replaced it as the Oilers' home arena. See what I mean about the sprawl? So that goes out towards Sherwood Park. That's about as far north as you get. So got some more over there. Nemeo Army Base, which used to be an airfield, is somewhere in that general area. We'll probably fly over it, maybe even land on it. In real life, there's decommissioned tanks parked on the runway, so good luck. This is Blatchford Field. This is the old city airport. This was closed down probably 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, and that's why they're able to build taller towers in Edmonton now. So there was a height limit while this was active. KOA, thanks for the follow. This was used as a stopover point during Lend-Lease flights from the US to the Soviet Union during World War II. So when they sent P-39s and P-40s and those sorts of things up to go over the Arctic route, or through the Alaska route, sorry. So they come up from the factories in the US, stop here to refuel, go up to Alaska, stop and refuel, go across the Bering Strait, and then they'd fly through the eastern part of the Soviet Union. Bell 47's hard work. I flew the DCS mod of it, and flying a helicopter with no trim was an experience. So you can see here in the photogrammetry, they're halfway through demolishing the airfield. This is being turned into the world's slowest condo development now. It's become like a new housing district. They have kept the old control tower, though, as like a landmark. My dad's high school is under here somewhere, I think. And also the NATE, which is like the Alberta Institute of Technology. That is the Alberta Aviation Museum. If you're ever in Edmonton, check it out. It's fucking amazing. That is an F-101. That's a Beaumark there. There's another... Hang on. What's that they got parked outside? Did they move a fucking 104 outside? Or am I seeing things? This thing turns pretty tight, huh? Okay, so the thing there, that's like a bizjet of some sort. Hawker Siddeley bizjet, I think. Then a Vampire trainer. Then a T-33. Then a Clunk, a CF-100. Then a CF-101B. Yeah, that's a fucking CF-104. It's like a two-seater. And then the 101 on a stick. Voodoo on a stick. Definitely worth visiting if you're in Edmonton. Why did you move to Australia? My dad's job. So it went to the UK first. We followed him over, and then he moved out here because he was made an offer he couldn't refuse. But now that, you know, with hindsight, we all wish he had, him included. The hospital I was born in is just over there. We might go see if we can find the West Edmonton Mall as well, because I have photogrammetry for that. So can you imagine, like, when the city airport was open, how great this would have been for guys that did general aviation stuff? Like, Dad used to fly from this airport a lot. Dad had a PPL. So he used to fly from the city airport all the time. The closest general aviation airfield now is Villeneuve, which is like about 10-15 miles that way. Because Dmca is closed too, plus it's an army base. That right there. That is the building where the world was cursed with my existence. Man, that's fucking cool. I love this fucking game, dude. I absolutely fucking love this game. Yeah, Roger's Place is either that construction site or that construction site. I think it might actually be that one. Like I said, I have scenery for it. I have photogrammetry scenery for it, but it doesn't blend in too well with the surrounds. Because a lot of the Google Maps photogrammetry that people take, there's a Ukrainian church. I think that's Dad's high school there. A lot of photogrammetry people take from Google Maps is not color matched to the sim. So it appears like bluish and kind of off color and too bright. The Bell 47 any good for DCS? I don't really know, to be honest. I'm not enough of a helicopter whiz to know whether it flies accurately or not. I played with it for a little while, but then I uninstalled it because I think it was causing integrity check issues or like it was causing crashes or something. I didn't really fly it that much. It's worth trying out because it's a mod anyway, so it's not like it costs you anything. There's a West Edmonton Mall right in front of us. Which used to be the largest retail space in the world. I'm pretty sure it's not now. I think it got overtaken about 10 years ago. It's still fucking huge. Like, holy fuck, it's like a whole city. It also has like an amusement park, like a wave pool, water slides, all sorts of shit. One of my childhood friends, who's actually coming out to visit us this year, next year, I can't remember which she said she was coming out, but soon. She actually died. She died there for like 5 minutes or something. She drowned in one of the pools, and we went back there, not last time I was home, but the time before. And as we walked past the fucking aquatic park, her mum gave her a very funny look. But yeah, it's a pretty big mall. So that's the cinema there, I think. Actually, hang on. Yeah, that should be the cinema. That's the ice rink. It has like a full, just about NHL spec rink in it. Yeah, I think that's the ice rink. That's the main atrium. That's Bourbon Alley. Or I might have that backwards. One of them's Bourbon Alley. That's, yeah, that'll be atrium. That'll be Bourbon Alley. And then that's the fucking amusement park. There's a shooting range as well. There's an indoor shooting range. I forget which part of the building it's in. I think it's either over there near the cinema. Yeah, it's over near the cinema somewhere. The main atrium has like a fucking mock pirate galleon, and it used to have like a submarine ride. I think the submarines have been disabled, and I think they may have even pulled them out. It has a fucking aquarium in it. It has like so much shit. It's something that has to be seen to be believed. It's ridiculous. You also see that the elevation data is slightly off, so it kind of levitates above the ground around it. Which would not be a problem if we had the whole city in photogrammetry from the same source, namely Google Maps. But you can also see what I mean about the color mismatch. So it's much brighter compared to the Bing scenery, and it's more saturated and a bit more blue shifted. I've noticed that with all Google Maps imagery. It's just doesn't quite match up properly. It's really noticeable. So all this parkland with the trees, that's about as close as you get to forest in this part of Alberta. The further north you go, the thicker the forest gets. Until the northern part of the province is basically just forest. Boreal forest. So I might head north towards Namao. If we can, we might land there just for shits and giggles. Otherwise, we'll go for Villeneuve, which is a bit further to the northwest. I forget exactly which street it was on, but there was a tunnel. I think it was actually under the railway, from memory. It was called the Rat Hole. It wasn't officially named the Rat Hole, it was an underpass and it had some official name, but everyone just called it a fucking rat hole. It was dark, it was always damp, and it had like those the exhaust fans that hung from the roof looked like fucking no shit jet engines, like big fuck off turbines. It was a grimy, horrible place, and everyone was very sad when they finally closed it. I see what looks like a runway. I think that's Dmca over there. Looks like it's in about the right spot. And then Villeneuve should be that a ways somewhere. Bit bumpy. Yep, this is CFB Dmca. So I think that's a military prison off the nose. And then there's like a... They use it as a storage base or something, because there's fucking trucks and shit everywhere. I think maybe 1 or 2 rotary squadrons might still use it, but it's closed to fixed wing. It has been for as long as I can remember. All the runways are X'd out, they got vehicles and shit parked on them. The main runway has fucking tanks parked on it. Which is one way to discourage people from landing. Interestingly, the sim seems to have mistaken green army trucks for trees. And it's populated trees along the length of the main runway. But that's what those are. Those are Connexes, trucks, tanks, whatever. Just all parked along the runway to discourage people from landing on it, and also just as somewhere to put the stuff. Pretty long runway, though. If it was actually clear, you'd be able to fly all sorts of shit off that. I'm holding out for the day some mad lad gives us a F-101 Voodoo. Ideally an F-101B, so I can turn it into a CF-101B. And go fly it out of Cold Lake. I think we'll land here. We'll circle back around and take the other runway, the cross strip, and we'll land here. I'm in a pits, and I'm flying around the Dmca. Fuck, it's bumpy. Live weather in Alberta is frequently an interesting experience in the sim. What the outside temperature is, I should have probably checked. It might just be really hot. We might be actually getting thermals. Hey, Kim. We just did a flight around my hometown. And now we're landing at a old air base north of it. Yeah, I do have flying... actually, I think I got Flying Circus. I'm pretty sure I got Flying Circus. I'll just slip it in. That's what she said. Oh, the bumps, both on the runway and in the air. Oh, this runway's gonna be brutal. What? It's fine. Obviously, in real life, it's not this uneven of a surface, even though it's been closed down for years. Pit's not really an ideal bush plane, as it turns out. Do a barrel roll, it'd be a bit hard when I'm on the ground. I'm in a good plane for it, though. I might do one next flight. I still gotta decide where to fly next flight and what in. Let's just park here. Nice patch of green grass. I'm not even sure if this thing has a parking brake, but we'll do that. We will cut the mixture. Man, the engine takes a while to spin down on this thing. Oh, that stopped it. Okay, we might do one more flight. I was going to do some other stuff this stream too, but I'm going to do what I always do and postpone it to next stream. Just because I'm kind of jamming at the moment. I'm enjoying this. Also, I don't want to get into another game and then, you know, stream for like another fucking 5 hours. Oh, it's only 10. I could go for a bit longer. Why has my music stopped? Because this has a really long dead space after the song for some reason. Whoa. You guys want to see where the music video for Pink Floyd's Learning to Fly was filmed? Probably the field part was filmed around here somewhere, around Crowfoot. But the actual mountain climbing part was filmed at Kananaskis, or in Kananaskis sort of area. I just don't know if that runway is going to be long enough. It looks like a lot of this is... Yeah, there was a cloud over it. Might not look that impressive, but we'll try it. We'll swap planes. I don't know if it's going to be enough runway for the 310. It would definitely be enough runway for a cub of some sort. But I'm not sure if that would get over the mountains. And try the 310. We'll have a look at it once we load in. We'll see how it looks. Give it about 75% fuel. We probably don't need that much. I cannot edit that. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because I do it all once I load in anyway. Brain not working. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be... That's not going to be anywhere near long enough. 310 won't get out of that. I'm not sure how the Cubs are in this. I haven't flown them. We'll see how this one goes. I've never flown this before. A little concerned I'm trying to fly a Cub and it's telling me about Cessna 172s. Did I click the wrong thing? Oh, it's going to be snowy. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but... Welcome to Kananaskis. Flap lever. I'm not familiar with Cubs at all, so we'll be learning as we go. Which side is the pointer? This, I guess? Yeah, it's that. I think. Mixture. Alongside? Yeah, okay. Oh, right, it's tandem. Interesting. Huh. Whiskey compass up there. It's kind of a cool little plane. I like the fucking storage bins up there. That's pretty neat. Can't open the doors though, which is typical of a Sobo aircraft. Like, you, for whatever, or, you know, vanilla aircraft in the sim, you can't open doors and canopies on most of them. Cabin heat on because it looks pretty chilly outside. Weird that that came on with the Abmaster off. Can't turn that on. We probably don't really need too much flap to get out of here. How much flap do we have? A fair bit. We'll set it to like middle position. Bears! There's bears out there. Parking brake. Let me figure out where the fuck the end of the runway is. Should be a windsock around here somewhere too. Ah, there it is. Unfortunately, it's all fucking MFDs in this. Ugh. Gross. Hang on. Hang on, we need to get the appropriate song for this going. I'll queue it up for after this one. What's the wind doing? Okay, that's kind of sort of what we want. I think we can safely say that you were right about the long side of the fuel selector. I'm pretty sure we would have burnt whatever was in the lines by now otherwise. Yeah, there's no fucking way. There is absolutely no fucking way that the 310 would make this. Not even close. Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead to the correct song. Like I said, the video for this, music video for this song was filmed here. It's the ski slope in front of us. This thing doesn't really need much rudder input during turns. Much less than I expected. There's the helipad. And there's a resort. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have some sort of cross-linking or something between the ailerons and the rudder. Someone needs to release a higher res DEM pack for the Rockies. Like, they look really impressive in the sim, but they look a lot more impressive in real life. They're fucking gorgeous. I miss seeing real mountains. You don't see this in Australia. Like, flat out, you do not see this in Australia. They don't exist. The tallest mountain in Australia is, what, 2,000 meters, something like that? And it's a gentle hill. Like, you can literally just walk up it. I don't mind flat. I mean, I'm from a very flat place. No worries, Cyril. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's such a good fucking song. So it was partly, I mean, obviously it's partly about actually flying, because David Gilmour is a pilot, with a lot of different ratings as well. But also it's an allusion to the fact that, because this is off a momentary lapse of reason, right? It was the first time he actually had to write songs for himself and kind of learn to fly without Roger there. Well, let's have it again. I fucking love that song. Hello? Oh, it's not gonna let me? Fuck. Hang on. Before we stall ourselves out. I gotta tab out to do this. There we go. Yeah, those are ski slopes. A lot of those around here. So we're slightly below the highest peaks in the area, and we're about to push 8,500 feet. No I don't. Very nice. I might have to look into it. I find myself buying more and more aircraft that I would never taken a second look at before with this sim. Like, this sim is actually, like, obviously learning to fly in real life. I was flying light sport aircraft, so basically civvy aircraft, like, not GA, but kind of like GA's little brother. But I never really had an interest in civilian aircraft other than vintage airliners and stuff until this sim came out. And suddenly I can actually tell the difference between a Beechcraft and a Mooney and a Piper and a Cessna, and I couldn't before. And suddenly I'm actually interested in flying things like this, which I would never have cared about before. See the snow tapers off over there. Kind of thrashing the engine on this, but I'm sure it can manage. So we're into the foothills here. Calgary is out that way. In fact, that haze could well be actual smog coming from Calgary. They get some pretty funky weather because they're right next to the mountains. Edmonton's pretty consistent. Edmonton is dry, and it's either hot and dry or fucking freezing and dry. You don't get much variation in the weather. Calgary, on the other hand, gets all sorts of shit because it's right next to the mountains. So they get weird air currents. What is it beeping at me for? Descent rate? Interesting. It's like Jester, it screams at me if I'm diving more than like 10 feet a second. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't care if I beat the shit out of the engine. I'm a little fast. Some bridge. I don't think we'll be able to see the Calgary skyline from here. I don't think the game renders that far out. But we should be, like, if this was real life, you'd be able to see it. Because we're pretty close, or we should be pretty close. Just double check the map. Yeah, that's fucking... Calgary's, like, right there. So if we look that ways, we should be able to see it in real life. But not in the sim, because it doesn't render that far. It's over there. Yeah, I saw that GBR3. I haven't tried it though. I've got the ones that Caronado did for Asobo. I really like those. They're quite nice. A lot of fun to fly. Absolutely fucking psychotic, but a lot of fun to fly. I feel like I've kind of got my feel in for taking off in the Z now. It's kind of like DCS when you fly the Spitfire after a long break. You need to kind of get the feel for it, because it takes a lot quicker response on the rudder, but a lot less overall input than you expect it to. So if you overcorrect with the rudder, you'll fucking kill yourself. That was the biggest problem I had coming to the DCS Spit from IL-2, was IL-2 doesn't really require you to dance on the pedals, it just requires you to give it a lot of pedal, whereas DCS is you give it a bit of pedal, but you have to really fucking dance on it. I think DCS has probably the best tail dragger ground handling of any sim I've played. The Misfits spit is... because it has tailwheel steering and it shouldn't. It's weird. Because kicking the rudder, like you would have to in the actual aircraft, can fucking kill you. Misfits really needs proper free castering wheels. Like, that needs to be a thing that the sim natively supports. And apparently that is one of the few cases where it is actually an Asobo problem, not a third-party problem. Because in a real spit, that tail wheel is free castering and cannot be locked. The closest you can do to locking it is pull back on the stick to force the tail against the ground. But because it does steer with the rudder, which it shouldn't, it means that as you, particularly as your tail wheel comes into contact on landing, if you are busy countering the aircraft's, tendency to yaw one way or the other, and that tail wheel touches the ground, you'll just go straight off the runway, ground loop, instantly. Some planes has it modeling by custom code. I haven't played any that have. I'd like to see how it's done, though. Because, yeah, like, that needs to be a thing. On the Spitfire, I'm pretty sure the Corsair was free castering. I mean, most tailwheel aircraft are, particularly older ones. I was going to go the other way over the Rockies and go to BC. But let's pay the losers a visit. The soon-to-be knocked out of the playoffs people. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, please. Please, just give me one Stanley Cup in my lifetime. Well, that I'm old enough to remember. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. With that said, it's funny how many devs put in like all this custom code, and then you check their flight models, and they don't know what half the variables in the flight model config do. Like, watching CCM mod flight models and then trying to dip into it myself has been a fucking revelation. The number of devs who just leave the coefficient of drag for the side of fuselage area as default, which is 0.8, like, no wonder you don't lose speed side slipping in a lot of aircraft in the sim. It's set to 0.8. Some of them have it set even lower, so you actually gain speed while side slipping, which is like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, the way that a lot of the aircraft in the sim, particularly tube liners, lack proper stall and, well, not spin really in a tube liner, you'd be dead at that point, but like, a lot of aircraft in the sim lack proper stall behavior, or it's really simplistic, and that's because the devs have just not bothered to go into the fucking config and program it properly. In fact, speaking of stalls, let's see what this does. Get some altitude up. Well, the thing is, why play a waiting game? Why fucking bother? It's literally one line of config in the code. Like, you can fix most of the issues with different flight models in this with 2 changes. Like, literally, I've been watching CCM do it, it's usually one number. So there's no point waiting. Like, if I was a third-party dev, even if I'm waiting for something better, I'd fucking change it now, and then just go back and change it again later if I have to. Like, it makes no sense having shit stall behavior, or no stall behavior at all, when you could do that, in my opinion. Blade element. Use blade element. Right. God, I fucking... I hate glass cockpits. Okay, flaps are fully up. So we're going to stall it clean. Power off, clean stall. Let's see what it does. It's going to take us a while to get slow enough. Hmm. It does something. Didn't get any real nose drop out of that, but we did get a right wing drop. Yeah, that's a stall horn, it's just a beeper. Okay, let's wash that speed off quickly and we'll try it again. See what happens if I feed in rudder to correct for it. See if I can get it to do anything silly with some rudder. No, you can't cheese your way through it with the rudder. Okay, that's not bad. Let's get some altitude back and let's do an accelerated stall. To what degree this thing can do an accelerated stall, it's not really the fastest thing on Earth. Somewhere around here is the fucking ski jump from the Calgary Winter Olympics. But I doubt it's modeled in the sim. So that's, I think, actually the highway. Somewhere around here. Is it that? No, it's a bigger highway than that, I think. Anyway, the main highway that leads to Banff is along here somewhere. Would like a little more altitude for this, but... Oh! That's what I like to see! That's what I fucking like to see. I wonder if she spins. Let's get some more. My older sister lives around here somewhere. I will try and do T. I just want to get some altitude, just in case it takes a while to recover. It's funny, there's still so many people that say, oh, it's just a game where you're flying a camera, it's not a real flight sim, the flight models aren't any good. Like, no, they're fucking great. Like, the basic flight model in this is fucking excellent. It's just the issue is some modules don't really utilize it properly, and when the sim first came out, most of the vanilla aircraft didn't either. But, like, this is a really underrated sim as far as flight model quality goes. And it's not like X-Plane is without sin either, considering fucking Austin, Lord God Jesus King of fucking aerodynamics apparently, had to be shown by Rush taping fucking, like, post-it notes to an aircraft and then running it up in a crosswind, had to be shown that the fucking, prop slipstream does not separate from the aircraft fuselage in a crosswind. Which is like fucking piloting 101. It doesn't really want to spin. That was just full stick back. If I go in, like, stick into it, or stick out of it, sorry. We'll see what that does. Like... I don't know why you would not at least try with that. Like, lack of good terrain and having to buy terrain and weather and shit is what keeps me from getting into X-Plane. Like, that is literally what stopped me from purchasing X-Plane over this sim. It doesn't really spin, so it won't really want to spin, but it does stall at least. It does drop a wing, and it does, I don't know. Maybe with some more work I could get it to, but I don't really have enough altitude. Well, let's go say hello to the losers. Is that CYBW? We're not there yet. Calgary's still off in the distance. CYYC, that's Calgary there. Fitting song. That's where the sprawl begins. Yeah, that is true. Not everything stalls the same way, not everything spins the same way, not everything spins, like, in an identifiable, stable spin. It's like, there's a guy that was freaking out in Alpen server, like, ages ago, about how the MiG-21's flight model is allegedly crap, because it doesn't spin like the F-14. Like, my dude, what about this plane makes you think it behaves like an F-14? The 21 does not really voluntarily spin, it tumbles. Su-9 is very similar. It doesn't really like spinning, and when it does, it only does it to one side. There is a lot of tendency, particularly in the flight sim community, because most of them aren't real pilots, or don't have any actual flying time, or if they do, they've only flown one plane. There's a lot of a tendency to assume all planes fly like all other planes, which is fucking ridiculous. Of course they don't. Which is why when you present people with something a bit unorthodox in DCS, like a tailed delta, or a tailless delta with very good fly-by-wire, they chimp the fuck out about how they think it should fly, because they don't understand how the fuck delta wings work. I think this is Springbank somewhere around here. Pretty sure this is Springbank. And there is the Calgary skyline. Oh, don't worry, I might sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I just mostly listen to people who know better than me and try and parrot whatever they say. But yeah, like, I don't know, I feel like I have a pretty decent feel for these things, because I just take the plane out in the sim and throw it around and see what it does and doesn't like. A lot of people don't do that, and then they, like, freak out when the plane does something they don't expect. Like the guys in that thread who are complaining that MiG-21 doesn't, like, oh, it doesn't have enough AOA, oh my god, the AOA doesn't read the same, like, of course it fucking doesn't. But yeah, like... Oh, no, that's Springbank there. Yeah, that's where my sister lives. Or used to live, I don't know if she still lives there. Yeah, like... It's because they don't really, like, first of all, they don't read the actual fucking documentation for the aircraft. They probably read Chuck's guides and think it's an authoritative source. That would be the Olympic ski jumping venue. Somewhere around there is a ski jump, but it's not going to be visible in the sim. Yeah, like, they read Chuck's guide and they think that they're a fucking authority on the aircraft now. Or they read the fucking study. So Chuck linked... There it is. Oh, you can fucking see the ramp, I think. Yeah, I think that's the ramp there. Chuck linked a paper. Calling it a paper is a bit rich. It's not really very academic. But it's a paper written by a pair of JAT, which is the old Yugoslav airline. JAT technicians, I think they were. And it was about the viability of the MiG-21 as a modern combat aircraft and its maneuverability potential and all this stuff. And it's not well sourced. They sourced their own book and then vague assertions made by American Red Eagles concert peg pilots. But like they read this study and it gives them the idea the MiG-21 can fucking turn with a Hornet. Like, it can turn with a bad Hornet who doesn't know what he's doing in his plane, but it's not going to do that normally. I say this as someone who has gun-killed Hornets in the MiG-21. You can do it, but only if they're really bad and you fly flawlessly. And you shouldn't be able to do it easily. Like, the 21 is not that kind of aircraft. Like, it turns well instantaneously, but it can't sustain a turn to save its life. And it does run into stability issues when you hit high angles of attack. Hey, Ukando. Yeah, the DCS forums are really something. Really, really something. If I had any sense, I would avoid them, but I don't have any sense and I can't help myself. No, the 21's not scary at all. Don't let it scare you. If you let it scare you, it's like a fucking big dog, right? If it can sense your fear, it will fuck you up. If it senses that you respect it, but you don't fear it, then it will treat you just fine. MiG-21 is very well behaved. You just gotta know what you can and can't expect of it. And to do that, you do some experimentation. So this is Calgary. I mean, it's not a bad city, but like I said, Edmonton's got a bit more soul. We are over Calgary in Alberta. Let's see if I can find Peter's Drive-In. I mean, with the photogrammetry, I probably could. Best burger place you will ever see. Fucking amazing. If you're ever in Calgary or Red Deer, because they have one there now, go to Peter's Drive-In. It did get bought by new owners, so I don't know if the quality's changed. I fucking hope not, because oh my god, it was so good. And they had like literally hundreds of milkshake flavors you could mix and match. It was amazing. Oh, the Pusher Man. Calgary Stampede Arena there. And there is the venue where the Calgary Flames lost a home game to the Oilers just the other day. Get fucked. I mean, even if the Oilers lost, if Calgary got through, I mean, I would, with reservations, cheer for Calgary, just so somebody, like someone from Alberta could fuck up the American teams, but I'd rather it be the Oilers. I want a Stanley Cup. It's been so long. Peters is somewhere along that drag, I think. If I was in a helicopter, I could probably find it easily, but this thing's a bit too fast. How do you activate the blown flap on the 21? It's automatic. Unless you turn the switch off, it's automatic because the switch is on by default on a cold start. So to activate, you put the flaps in the landing position. As soon as the flaps pass 30 degrees, takeoff is 25, landing is 45. As soon as the flaps pass 30 degrees, they trip a micro switch, which opens the valves that taps the air off the compressor. Do not engage the afterburner with the landing flaps down. You will fucking die. So that's something to know. If you have to go around in the MiG-21, go to mill thrust, retract the flaps to take off, and then go afterburner. What the fuck happened there? That's weird. My track R flipped out. The track R is doing some very funky stuff at the moment. So yeah, that's Calgary. Calgary tends to be a little warmer than Edmonton, both because it's further south and because of the Chinooks coming off the mountains. I'm not referring to the helicopter or the people, I'm referring to the winds. So they get more warmth off that. Because Edmonton's out in the middle of the fucking prairie, it gets nothing. It's just whatever the weather gives you, you fucking catch. See if we can do some low level down one of the streets. Hopefully without hitting an invisible wall. Chinook and DCS would be very nice. There is a mod for it. I haven't tried it, but I know there is a mod for it. Fucking guy wires, Jesus. I keep feeding this thing rudder and it doesn't want it. It doesn't need it. Must have some sort of cross-link or something, because it really doesn't seem to need the rudder at all. So this is free scenery off fs.to. It is off Google Images, like Google Maps. So as you can see, like I said with the West Edmonton Mall, it's a bit brighter in color than the Bing default scenery. And it's got this kind of bluish tint to it. So things that should appear white or grey appear more bluish. But it doesn't look bad, to be honest. It really doesn't look bad. Yeah, you can really see the blue tint there on the rooftops. And then this one is Calgary Zoo. This is also mod photogrammetry. But notice how much better it blends. So there's the other photogrammetry. Then this. This is also a free mod from memory, I'm pretty sure, yeah. This is off fs.to as well. But the guy that did this apparently did all the color corrections necessary to get it to match the default scenery. Except that patch of default scenery, which is for some reason very, very bright. But that's the same sort of tone, the same sort of color warmth, I guess I could say, as what default Asobo photogrammetry looks like from Bing Imagery. So if you guys end up doing photogrammetry mods for MSFS, just make sure you adjust the colors, because look at the difference. That is the color it should be to match the rest of the sim, and it gives it a more realistic look, and then that should kind of default Google Images bright blue kind of tone. How much fuel does this thing have left in it? I do not know. Oh, wait, no, I'm dumb. Fuel gauge up here. Yeah, okay, we got plenty. Okay, I admit, from this angle, Calgary looks pretty nice. Edmonton's still better, though. Like, the mountains make it. If it wasn't for the mountains, it wouldn't look that good. The haze. See that? The haze between us and the mountain. Like, how fucking good does that look, dude? How fucking good does that look? And I didn't have to do fuck all for this. All I did was go to fs.to and download 2 free scenery add-ons. The rest of this is auto-gen. So if I didn't have the add-ons, Calgary Skyline would just be generic buildings. But, like, it would still look pretty fucking good, you know? I don't know, man. This is what stops me from getting into X-Plane at all. There's a bunch of planes I really want that are only in X-Plane at the moment, but I don't have the time or the hardware, or like the hard drive space, I should say, to build like terabytes of fucking ortho myself. Especially not the fucking time. I don't have the money to spend on weather add-ons to get functional and decent looking weather. You know, like, it makes no sense. If you're already in on the whole X-Plane thing, or you've got a really high income and you've got money to burn, go for it. If you're like me and you live on very marginal income and you don't already, like, you're not already in, you know, foot in the door for X-Plane, you don't already own stuff for it, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense, unfortunately. And as long as they decide that they're going to avoid doing anything even comparable to this scenery-wise, and everything's going to be either on the user to do or, you know, on third parties to sell, just look at the player numbers on Steam between the two. It tells you all you really need to know. Again, not to detract from it for people that are actually, you know, really into it, but it's not going to get any new blood anytime soon. It's really not. And that's the best thing about this sim, is that whether you've been playing flight sims most of your life like I have, or you've never played one before, you can get into this so easily. You know, for the price of maybe one and a half or 2 normal sort of new release first-person shooter games. You don't even need that, because you can get one of the cheap packs and just use free mods or whatever. But for that price, you get incredibly good weather, you get scenery of most of the world, and, like, there's so much free scenery, as well as free planes. There's so much free scenery, and the free scenery is sometimes better than the default stuff. Like, it's just fucking amazing. We're flapless. Oops. And we're past wide arc, but the aircraft doesn't care, because Asobo doesn't really model that stuff on theirs, I guess. kind of want to do another flight somewhere. Just don't know where. I'm not sure. I don't really pay attention to the Pappy lights. Usually, I just eyeball it. I have heard that there's issues with them, but I don't know. I haven't bothered to check. And yeah, like, literally the only reason I'm even considering X-Plane is the 2154M by Fearless and the N26. Let's cut across here. I know the 26 isn't out yet, but yeah, 24 as well, but 26. I'm watching that 26 with keen interest. Yes, I too am an airliner. What is doing, fellow tubes? How about some of that, that FMC, huh? Probably should have turned off the avionics first, but you know. Not that I think it's modeled. Michael's the best bangle, by the way. You can't change my mind. Oh, we should go to Lake Louise. Lake Louise would be really pretty to visit. Because I got scenery for it. Yeah, let's take something a little, maybe a little faster, a little higher performing from an actual airfield. And we'll fucking zip around the Rockies for a bit. Bunch of these were made by, these ones here were made by CCM. We're from Kamloops. Kamloops will take a while to get there. We'll go from Calgary. Oh, actually, no. Let's go from Jasper. I think Jasper might just be long enough for the No, it won't. No, it won't. It's long enough for a 337 to get into. I don't know if a 337 will get out of it. Hinton, Jasper, Hinton. This should do. This should work for a 310. Fingers crossed. Pitch up is a fuck. I still haven't flown this yet. I should do that sometime. I'm not a tube liner guy though, so if I fly this, it will be for coincidental low altitude ops, which I want to do with this as well. I really want to do that with the Connie. Oh fuck! I wonder if anyone's done any liveries for the Connie for that. Ooh, I might have to download the paint kit for that, and get the paint kit going and make some liveries. Interesting. That one's Canadian registered too. Let's go with Buffalo. Or it's actually 75. I'll probably reset it when I get in game anyway. Vancouver to Victoria to Seattle. It would take me a while. I've done Comox to... Did Comox to Seattle in the F-104, but it was pretty shit weather, so couldn't see much from up at fucking 45,000 feet. Once the 104 is fixed, or if we get a vintage tube, or maybe even with a Connie in a future stream, I might do that. There is a long easy, I think, isn't there? Wait, why the fuck is it night all of a sudden? Nah, bro, daytime. I want to actually see where I'm flying. Nighttime is the right time, unless you're trying to do sightseeing in the mountains, in which case it's the absolute opposite of the right time. Okay. Hello? Shit. There it is. Okay. What? The fuck is that? Okay. Okay, yep, we are going to go... We'll get rid of some of the fuel weight. Is that? No, it's not that. Interesting. Control lock, maybe? Although it's not turned on. Current dirt level, yeah, a little dirty. I like them dirty. Radio nav. Fuck yeah. No glass in this cockpit. I'm not sure when it's coming. I haven't been paying any attention to it, to be honest. Okay, yeah, let's have a couple passengers. Rear. Get rid of that one. Hello? There we go. Middle right and rear left. Who we got? Oh, we got fucking PTSD stare. And we got her. Will we get... No, we didn't get CCM. We got the scary lady. There we go. We got used car salesman, alternate universe CCM now. Get rid of all that, because we're going to start the aircraft up in a minute. Oops, no, I want that on, but I want it hidden. The fuck is making that noise? Oh! No, it's not that. It's weird. Okay, let's see if I remember how to turn this plane on. We should probably raise the crash bar first. That would help. Battery on. Wakey wakey. Do I actually have the fucking fuel on? Yes, I do. I always forget the cutoffs in Cessna aircraft because they put them in silly places like that. Okay. You know what helps? Magneto's fucking big brain right here. Why do I always do this? There we go. It's been a while since I flew this. Actually, the last time I flew it was the last time I streamed it. Cool. Okay. So that's done. Okay, no, those are the fuses. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, do need that, do need that. Don't need de-ice. Oh, that's the lights anyway. Anti-collision, nav. Don't need fucking landing lights or taxi lights. It's daytime. And I'm a high-speed, low-drag operator. Oh, the instrument lights are already cranked. Although they're kind of hard to see in this. Oh, actually, no. I see a little bit of faint light there. I wonder if they were just bugged out before on release. On the 414, there's a separate row of fucking toggles you have to put in front of the throttle. We have to hit in front of the throttle to get the lights on. We are going to set the flaps 15 degrees. Cabin heater on so these fuckers don't complain. Temperature control warm, like right in the middle, smack bang. There's some takeoff trim happening. Maybe not quite that much. Controls full free and correct. Parking brake. This has the unfortunate ground handling issue a lot of planes in the sim have, where if you try and steer using only the toe brakes, the aircraft actually stops, so you can't effectively steer using the toe brakes. Very few aircraft do this properly. The DC-6 is one of them. You can steer using only the toe brakes if you want to, and it's quite effective. The other one that I can think of offhand is the 414. That's actually one of the things the 414 fucking nails. The ground handling is fucking outstanding. If only the stalls were. And the engine out performance. Okay, we're gonna take the full fucking length of the runway here, because I don't know how much of a run I'm gonna need. Hey, Seal. Who let me haul people on 3 hours of sleep after a full day at work? He's got the right fucking thoughts going through his head there. This man's ready to make his peace with God. I got my pull to close. Okay, my cowl flaps are open. My T's and P's doing. Yeah, temperatures are fucking way low. Pressures are good. Cool beans. Important to check in this because shit will actually fail. So I'm just steering with the right toe brake. See how the aircraft stops? And even once I put the power on, it will not steer. And that wasn't even full toe brake. That was like probably half to 2/3. Which is, I mean, I don't know how effective the brakes on this aircraft are, but I doubt they're that fucking effective. And even then it should pivot around the braked wheel. It shouldn't stop. Man, how's that for a view? God, I love the Rockies. Airspeed's alive. Drop another stage of flaps, because that runway's ending very shortly in front of us. Oh, watch the stall. She's vicious if you let her get away from you. Oh. Oh, we just barely made that. We needed more flaps. Give her a little aileron trim. It's Jasper Hinton. Hinton is behind us. We won't see it from here though. I flew through here the other day in a 337, and there was a fuck-off storm right there, and I skirted the edge of it and nearly yeeted me into the trees. Sketchy as fuck. I love it. Like, weather in this sim is actually fucking scary. As it fucking well should be, especially in a light aircraft. So there's a DEM error. Remember how I was saying, like, sometimes rivers do funky shit with the DEM? There's one right there. So I've got a mod that fixes most of the errors along the length of the Rockies, but this specific one right at the kind of entrance to the national park around Hinton, still not fixed. You use the EFB. So you click here, get this to come up, turn that on, and then you can turn these guys on. My passengers are actually comfortable for once. It's a miracle. Oh, you know what your boy forgot? Oops. I was wondering why that warning lamp was on. Well, we probably just shorted all of our fucking avionics, but you know. Oh, the roll trim is so slow. No wonder I'm not feeling any effect from it. Much faster if you use the fucking mouse. I love this fucking plane. Where's my oats? It's slightly above freezing outside, which is not surprising. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the fucking cockpit lights. There must be a switch I'm missing somewhere. Because it is dark as fuck in here. What are those for? Nothing I can do. Yeah, these are the cockpit lights here, but they're not... Like, they're not actually doing anything. They're cranked all the way up, but they're not actually doing anything. So maybe there's another switch I'm missing? Oh, that turns all your lights on if you press that. Okay, well, we'll turn those back on. Oh, really? That river's got issues again? That's interesting. I thought they fixed that. Okay. Yeah, when I flew through here the other day, that wasn't an issue. I wonder if it's because of the snow. That's bizarre. Well, whoever the dude is that made that river fixing mod needs to expand it to include Jasper. Because that shit's whack. Okay, we're gonna start leaning. Just run at slightly leaner peak. Actually, we'll run at slightly richer peak, I think. I don't want engine to kaboom. Too much roll trim now. That looks about right. If you guys don't have this, the Milviz 310R, I strongly recommend it. Extremely good value for money. Fucking fantastic little plane. Fucking sounds are amazing too. Looks good, sounds good, flies good, with the exception of some tweaking that needed to be done to the stall behavior. Not much, mind you, compared to a lot of aircraft. Music's a bit quiet. It's been entirely too long since I heard this song. Yeah, I really like the Corsair. My only issue with that is the fucking 5-bladed prop, or 6-bladed prop graphic, whatever it is they used for the external prop when it's turning. Triggers the fuck out of me. But otherwise, it's amazing. Well, that and the fuel burn rate, which I suspect is off, but I don't know, I haven't tested it properly yet. So that's Jasper Airstrip down there. It's only a little airstrip. It's mostly used for emergency services and some military training. Like I said, you can get a 337 in there, well, at least you can land a 337. I don't know about takeoff again. But the 310 would not get out of that, not even close. I mean, we barely got out of fucking Hinton. The actual town of Jasper is just off the nose behind this ridgeline in front of us. I have been up on top of that mountain. There's a fucking cable car that runs up to the top of it from the town. And there's a restaurant and shit up on top. I was going to try climb to the summit, but I got like 100 meters up it and just fucking noped out. I'm deathly afraid of heights. It's all loose rock and gravel, and also it was very cold and also very high up. I was winded after like 100 meters, so I just noped out. Went back to the restaurant, had a beer and some lunch. Fucking phenomenal view from up there though. And you can follow the saddle along to the peak of the next mountain as well. Yeah, it's possible. It is possible that Asobo might have changed something that fucks up some custom coding or something. Wouldn't be the first time. Where is this? This is Jasper, Alberta. I still haven't flown out of Telluride. I still need to do that. I don't know if we got time to do it today. I mean, if I stay up we could, but I don't want to throw my sleep cycle out of whack too badly, because I've only got the one day off tomorrow. I've got to go back to work on the day after. So, when we went here on our most recent trip over, it was summer. It's beautiful in the summer as well. I'll have to post some photos in Discord. I think I already did, like, when my Discord first went up. But I'll have to repost them somewhere. Maybe stream discussion or something. I found bear tracks on that lake. Right there, following the lake shore. I found bear tracks, fresh ones. A photo of that too. Up that a ways is the, I think it's the Yellowhead Pass, which is the main kind of rail route between BC and Alberta. You get very long freight trains coming through here all the time. And then that is the town of Jasper. It's like a resort town, but it's not as touristy as Banff is, which is why we tend to prefer going to Jasper over Banff. Banff is like just, it's kind of like the, you know, basic bitch Rocky Mountains tourist location. Whereas Jasper's a little, not unknown, but it's less, you know, overcrowded. Also, at least while we were there, Jasper was less badly hit by pine beetles. I didn't find any bear shit, I just found bear tracks. Doesn't look like the sim models the cable car station or the restaurant. I think it was this peak. Looks like it. Oh, yep. There it is. Yeah, it's a lot bigger than that. What the fuck? Bruh. The imagery in the mountain peaks is kind of spotty. So you get things like that happening occasionally. Also, you get trees above the snow line, which is a MSFS issue. There are a few mods to fix that in various places, like I've got ones for Switzerland and stuff, but look at the view from that. That's the cable car station and the restaurant. Look at the fucking view from that. Overlooks the whole town, looks right back down the river, overlooks the fucking pass, like, oh my god, dude. The food's pretty good too. One of those is Pyramid Lake. I forget which. I think it's that one. Man, I miss real mountains. You do not see this in this country anywhere. I mean, this place has its own kind of beauty, but this is home to me. Lean out the mixture a little more. Yeah, I live in Australia. It's a bet we get a really nasty fucking downdraft on the other side of this. Not really. Not a lot of wind, I guess. A lot of this valley had been burnt out by wildfire when we were here. And again, you can see the issue with the elevation mapping that seems to affect rivers and lakes a lot in mountains. I mean, it happens in relatively flat ground too, but it happens more often in mountains, it seems. So there's a lot more we could see around Jasper itself, but we're going to ask our esteemed navigator back here, Captain Shellshock, where we need to go to get to Lake Louise. It should be to our south somewhere. It's near there, I think. Oh. Fuck, I'm so glad I can play this stuff on stream now. We're in Jasper. Well, we were in Jasper, Alberta. We're heading towards Lake Louise now. It might be frozen over in the sim. In which case, we might fuck with the weather a bit. Now we're getting some wind off the mountains. Manifold pressure a bit. Rats on board, if only. They're gonna bitch about an oh no, they're comfortable. Oh, they're comfortable. Might have to fix that later. Should be down that way. Yep. Now, I do have random failures turned on. Imagine if I lost one or both engines right now. Probably just jinx myself. Thought I heard something knocking for a minute then. Not again. My cylinders. Oh, they look okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think that's it there. Looks about the right place. Ready for the South Atlantic? Yeah. I'm not going to be doing any long distance flights on it, but yeah. Yeah, so if I follow this valley down, basically, well, that's gonna be easy to do. No, dude, I'm gonna fly air defense. Fuck that. I will fly air defense. Mm-hmm. Not the way I intend to do it. Yeah, that is true. You lose your tankers, you're fucked. Oh man. Oh man. That's gonna be fun on some servers, isn't it? Wouldn't it be a terrible shame if somebody was to cause the tankers to disappear? And yeah, I know I've got, like, no glass in the cockpit. I'm pulling up the fucking in-game VFR map anyway. I don't have any charts. I should probably get some and at least try and navigate properly, to be honest, but I haven't got around to it yet. 707? Please. Hey, Saber. T's and P's are all happy. Probably afford to lean out a little more. I saw 70 for a second there. I don't think we're going to see it again. It's about as much power as we're going to get out of her. Have I overflown it already? That's too small, that's not it. Oh. Is that it? I don't believe that is it, because I should have custom scenery for it. So we will know it if we see it, the issue is just seeing it. There should also be a small airport nearby. I think that's it. If it wasn't snowy everywhere, it'd be easy to find because it's really like clear bluish green sort of water. No, it's not. Let me do a thing for a minute. Where is it? 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 Where is it turning to? Actually, you know what? Let's do this. So that gives me time to actually open up Google Maps and find it. You know I'm not a robot, Saber. Robots are actually efficient at things. Camel. Barrier Lake. Where is... I've lost it. I've lost it. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a fucking... Yeah, no wonder I couldn't find it. Let's have a look at our map. Should be kind of sort of off my nose, I think. Bear with me, chat. It'd be a shitload easier if this was actually, like, oriented the same direction. Okay. I think I have an idea. No, it's a Cessna 310R. God, it's an absolute motherfucker to find in the snow. Oh. Oh, that was a bit of a downdraft. Mountains are fucking with me a bit here. There's something there, is that it? Have a look. I think it's like behind us or something. Pretty sure it's in this valley. Maybe not. Well, not behind us anyway. You see that the scenery's a little fucked. Because the satellite couldn't get very good imagery in this area. Oh, also it's turned that into a chasm, apparently. I think we are too far north now. We're definitely too far north. I think. It's got fucking... like, it's got ski slopes all around it, so... if we can spot the ski slopes, we can spot Lake Louise. The issue is just spotting ski slopes. Slightly. Like, I know in a broad sense where I am, but I'm trying to find a specific lake that's not a very big lake. I think we're too far up the Bow River. Oh. That might be promising. I don't see any slopes, though. If I can find, like, a decent landmark that I'm sure of, I can nab off that. Good thing we brought lots of fuel. Something very fucky going on with the elevation mapping. Okay, so we now have a fair idea where we are based on that. So let me just turn this fucker on. It's going to turn us around to that heading. So there's another river crossing through there, so that... That's probably the North Saskatchewan, where it comes through, because it's quite opened out. Which means I am following the right valley, but I'm way too far north. Guess what? We're turning around. And since I know I'm in the right valley, we might drop a bit of altitude, though I don't want to drop too much. "50 feet of no balls." Well, there are a couple of things that make me not want to do that. One of which is these are mountains, and the slightest bit of wind will fuck us. The second thing is these are mountains, and I need to be able to climb over them. Also, it will make spotting things kind of easier for some things, but harder for others. We will descend, though. By the way, see if I can show you. Look at that. The de-icing boots actually inflate. Visibly inflate. Season 3 of Love, Death and Robots is coming out soon. I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of it. Don't think so. Or maybe, I don't know, I don't remember. You're expecting me to remember shit, dude. I don't even fucking remember my own name most days. More elevation problems with the river. See, I thought that fix I had would have fixed this, but apparently this is a spot that got missed. It's not like that in real life. See how it's popping back in now? It's an issue with the elevation mapping and the LODs. I've got a mod that fixes that for a lot of places in the world, but not for this area, sadly. Yeah, it would have been. Should be around here, I think. Yeah, I know. Should follow the river. Although... I don't know. What plane is this? This is the Cessna 310R by Milviz. Highly recommended. Where'd my river go? Have I been bamboozled? I think I have. No. No. This would not like landing on water at all. This is actually really bothering me now that I can't find this. Ooh. This is a really dumb idea, but I have to. Like I said, really dumb idea. We're gonna beef the fuck out of the engines to do this. It won't turn sharp enough. Oh, it wants to depart left. Don't depart left. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, we did it, chat. We did it. Don't tell anyone we did it, but we did it. And now my frames are chugging. That's God punishing me for doing that. The passengers are not impressed with that at all. The passengers are deeply upset with me for doing that. Good, fuck them. I gotta figure out how to get the instrument panel lights to come on, because they just don't want to for some reason. radio lights come on, but not the instrument panel lights. Which is very odd. There must be a separate switch or button or something that I'm missing, but I don't know where. It's not that. No, it's not that. Is that popped? Nope, now it's popped. It probably would be easier to find if I turned off the snow, to be honest. Because there's a road that leads... well, there's several roads that lead directly to it. Possibly bombs? It's only been 7 hours. Oh my god, it's 20 past midnight here. Oh, why am I like this? I'll probably be going for a little longer. We're trying to find Lake Louise, and I'm not having much luck. We also survived something very, very stupid, which I knew was stupid when I did it, but, you know. I'm gonna go to work on fucking Wednesday and bitch and moan about how sore my fucking shoulders and my back are from this. I think we were in the right valley. I don't know where the fuck we ended up though. So if we just follow the Bow River, we should hit it, but we're fucking well and truly... yeah, because that should be the fucking... unless that's it. No, that's Jasper. Oh, I'm very, 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 very silly. It's like way down fucking here, I think. That's it. That's it right there. Probably. That or that. So I was pretty close to it before. Yeah, shut up, Saber. I know. So I underestimated the distance slightly. Oh, we're gonna want some altitude. We'll go left here, we got an exit to the left. My flaps jammed? I did do something pretty silly with them, so it's possible. No. Oh, no, don't you fucking do that on me. How are the passengers feeling about this? That's what I like to see. So I shouldn't have given up that altitude, because now we're going to have to claw it back. Also helps if we lean it out properly. So where do we see Jasper? That's Jasper up there. Bro, I am sure we've gone past it. Okay. Look. We're gonna cheat here. It'll also look better in this weather anyway. There we go. Now it should be much easier to spot lakes. In theory. We're starting to get a bit low on fuel, I think. Actually... No, we're good. Wings are still pretty full up. Oh, hang on, we got a small river here. And we got a road. Ah, now we're making progress. Bro, you try finding it. Alright, you try finding it. Good fucking luck. It's not much of a GPS, let's be real. Like, I would barely qualify this as a GPS. It's gotta be behind me somewhere. Oh, fuck. Hang on. Oh yeah, it's way back there. We went way past it. It's not a case of being lost, like I know broadly speaking where I am, it's a case of trying to compare two different maps. Because the in-game VFR map in this doesn't like, the shape of the lakes is completely fucking different. Highway 93 relative to me. Somewhere? I'm too far south. I know I'm too far south. We have a lake, but it is not the lake. On the other hand, we are following that valley because it looks slightly less murderous than the one we're in. I'm probably too far over by one valley. I would say I am. Let's have a look. Yeah, I don't want to be heading west, I want to be heading basically north. And then this way. And this will definitely be the last flight of the stream. After this one, I'm gonna go get some sleep. Which version of Ceremony is this? Oh, it's a cover of it. Oh, that's right. I remember this. Kinda do, my dude. Kinda do. I got about 3 hours of it last night. And then I had to work today. Possible candidate. Also possible. But it should be in this valley in front of us. Hector Lake, so Lake Louise should be just to the southeast of that. That looks like... No, it's the wrong fucking direction. Might be Mistale Lake. It's at the base of those two mountains. It's like... yeah, it's like there, I think. Follow this valley, we'll find it. With the snow off, you can see just how spotty the scenery is. The satellite imagery seems to really struggle with mountain ranges, especially steep mountain ranges like the Rockies. By the way, Bombs, do you know where the magic switch is to turn my instrument panel lighting on? I've got all the dimmers turned all the way up, but I don't actually see it. Well, Lake Louise, yeah. My older sister took me and my little sister to Lake Louise in 2010. I've been there before that when I was a kid as well. And just the last time we went home in 2018, we went to Jasper. Somehow don't own this yet. You need to fix that. Post-haste, my son. Oh, man. The tunes just keep coming. Alright. Let's look down our left side. Because... Well, no, because there should be a fucking town. And ski slopes. So once we actually hit it, it should be really obvious because of the town and the ski slopes. There is a road. Is that? No, that's a river. I have a custom scenery for it. L key turns on all the external lights, but doesn't seem to turn on internals. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. So I've got custom scenery for it, I just can't fucking find it. Because the in-game VFR map and the Google Maps, which is what I'm using as a reference to actually find it, they do not get along very well. Oh, the meme. Yeah, no, I saw that. It was good. I think that's where we just passed. So, from the Saskatchewan crossing, it's like one big ridgeline south. There's... But that's not the Saskatchewan crossing, that's fucking Jasper. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it should be... Bruh. Bruh, I'm a chimp. It's down there. I'm an absolute fucking chimp. It's down there. We're turning this plane around again. Hey, Nanity. Like, how am I meant to tell shit from this? Like, it's so fucking low res. But yeah, so... This is Calgary, right? Calgary's in this general area. I think. YRM. No, that's Edmonton. Bro, how the fuck are we so far north? Yeah, no wonder I can't fucking find it. What the fuck am I doing? YYC, Calgary. Bruh. Okay. So... that answers a few things. Quite a few things. There it is. Yep, that's it. That's it there. I am not sure we're gonna have the fuel. Okay, I admit it, I was slightly, you know, slightly lost. It seems when I start, like, actually searching for something and circling around looking for it, I get myself all fucked up really easily. We probably want to climb a bit. What was that it's bitching at me for? Alert? Fucking whatever. You all know what those are? Behind the de-icing boots? Those are vortex generators. That's what those are. They're little strakes and they're angled like this to each other. See, this would be a benefit of actually bothering to use charts, is I wouldn't have that problem, because I could just go directly there to begin with, instead of futzing about back and forth. Oh no, my flaps are up, they're not jammed. I was misreading the indicator. I just plan out a course by headings and distances and, you know, do the thing. Fly like an actual pilot. Oh yeah, that is a flight, my dude. That is a flight. We were north of Edmonton. Jesus. I badly underestimated the distances involved. Which is funny, because when we did the drive from Jasper to the Columbia ice fields, and then out from there, like we cut off and branched back towards Edmonton, somewhere like here. I think it was here or something. Oh, actually no, probably there. Probably there. Because I remember there was a dam. So that's probably where we turned off. So like halfway. And that was a long drive. I'm gonna pick up some more altitude, I think. We'll turn this guy off. So I also misjudged the distance. It actually would have been much quicker to fly from fucking Calgary. I have a bad habit of misjudging distances on the global map. Very bad habit. I think we can give this a bit more throttle, since it is the turbo normalized version. It's probably not going to like it though. Red Deer Rocky Mountain House, yeah. When we headed back to Edmonton, we went through Rocky Mountain House and just drove back from there. I forget how high I can actually run the power on this, since it is the turbo version. Get a little bit more altitude, and then we'll hit the autopilot again. We'll just let it fly itself, and we'll try and pick some speed up. There we go. I have no idea what we're grounding. So the main tanks are the wingtip tanks. The aux tanks are the wings themselves. The wings have still got a lot of fuel in them. Go to VFR stress relief run, done it about 5 times, loop from CYQF west to 93 and after Banff, heading around Calgary and home. Yeah, I need to work out a route for it, otherwise I just do what I just did and get myself lost in the mountains apparently. I was thinking of going from Calgary, just going straight over, but I thought, oh, sorry about that by the way, I thought, oh, we'll go over the mountains. It'll be really cool. We can fly from, not from Jasper, but from Hinton. Jasper's too short for this thing. But yeah, that was not a smart plan at all. Because look how far we gotta go. That is a long way. That is about a halfway point, because that's it there. That. So we were up there virtually, and now we're down there, so we got the same distance fly again, and then same distance fly again. We're about a third of the way there. Oh boy. Don't want to cook the engines, but I do want to get some power out of them. So there must be there's got to be something in here that lets me turn the fucking cockpit lighting on. There has to be. So those are the rear stats there. They're all on. Circuit breaks to the alternators. I cannot work it out. On the 414 it's got the levers in front of the throttles, but this has nothing there. And there's nothing up here that I can see. I don't think there's anything hiding down here except the fuel valves. All the breakers are in. Oh! Did I just see something? Uh-huh. Are they just really dim, maybe? They might just be really dim. I guess they are. This man's over it. He's totally over it. Why are your lights on? Chill the fuck out. So the next big open body of water we hit should be that, which is the North Saskatchewan River, and then we follow that, and that should get us down to Lake Louise. Which is that one right there. Yeah, we're maybe just under halfway there, something like that. We're going to turn our course slightly to the right. Caught about 135-ish. My engine's holding up. They're a little warm. lose power though. My fucking mechanic's gonna have my head when I land. And he didn't even see our narrow mountain escape either. Might change the weather a little. Add some clouds at least. That adds some wind too. It looks like snowline. Yeah, it does. Okay. Bumpy, I like it. Let's stick with that. Yeah, that's right. For the time being. Another lake over there. It's not the one we're looking for, though. Come right, maybe another 10 degrees. I will say the sound of the engines is really on the verge of sending me to sleep. Very soothing. How are the passengers feeling? I think they're not talking to me after their near-death experience. Oh, beautiful. The autopilot's handling the bumps pretty well. I think I'm going to need to make myself a custom livery for this thing, because I'm probably going to spend a lot of time flying it. It is, isn't it? Goes really well with it. Feel like if it wasn't for the face cam, I could just like set it to switch between random cameras every 30 seconds or so and go to bed. There's actually a Twitch channel that does something like that. It just has like MSFS flight footage set to music. It's not a bad idea. Just like a nice chill channel to relax to. Should probably like not talk so loud. It's fucking 1 AM. Oops. 1 AM on a weekday. Can't hear my own voice over the fucking engines. Oh, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. Nearly. I mean, we still got all this to go, but we're getting there slowly. So that's it there. I had a flight going in the 337 over North Korea. I was going to hop over the DMZ and fly south for a bit as well. I was just doing that in Discord, like posting screenshots. I'll have to pick that back up at some point. TBM 850. I don't really have any interest in flying TBMs. Those mountains are getting taller. There we go. Yeah, I think when we drove through here, that's where we split off, like, not directly that one I just flew over, but this sort of area here is where we split off and headed back towards Edmonton. Went up through Rocky Mountain House and up to Edmonton. And there should be a dam. Yeah, there's like a dam right there. And there's Rocky Mountain House. Fuck, I'm tempted to fly there as well, but it'd take too long and I need to go to bed. On the other hand, that might be the closest place to land after Jasper, or not Jasper, after Lake Louise. I don't know if there's any airports this thing will fit into. It won't fit in there, that's for sure. At that point, Rocky Mountain House is closer than Calgary. So we probably could. It's just going to take ages. There is a strip nearby, this one, but it's really short. Like, really, really short. It's a bush strip, so not really suitable. Swap over tanks pretty soon. Like I said, the mountains are getting taller. They're coming up to meet us. It doesn't want to climb. Don't remember if the traffic, like the car traffic, has collision models or not, because I could probably land on that road pretty easily. But I think they do. Plus, it's probably really bumpy. Like, a lot of the roads are really, really sketch to land on because of that. So the further south you go, the taller the mountains get and the more jagged they get. There's one, actually, yeah, it'd be right around here. It was before we turned off to go up to Rocky Mountain House. It looks like a row of jagged, broken teeth. It's just one long, sort of saw-shaped ridgeline. Might even be that one. I have to get some of the photos that I took and put them in Discord tomorrow morning or something. Everything looks happy, engine-wise. It's a nice big peak right in front of us there. I think we're gonna have to go around that guy. I'm not sure we'll be able to get over it. So, down below us somewhere, I think on the right side in the other valley is the road. So we're at 11,700 and we're starting to get wings level with these peaks. I don't remember what the highest point of the Rockies in Canada is. I know they're taller in the US, but it's pretty high up. 12,000 feet is nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. Oh shit, chat. Good news. We're actually nearly there. That's it there. So it is in this valley in front of us. Down in that valley. In fact, that is probably the road there. That's a river. That's a Bow River, and then that's a road. We are starting to get a little low on fuel. The mains are just about empty. But we have been flying around for quite a while at a pretty high power setting, so I'm not really surprised. It's a shame it counts landing on ice pack as landing on water. Funny to land on a frozen overlay. Maybe. That looks like the... No, that's the town. That's Lake Louise, the town. That's Lake Louise, the lake, over there, I reckon. It's probably the resort right there, so the lake will be in behind that hill. We're going to bump the autopilot off, we're going to drop some altitude, and we're going to go check it out. We're also going to come off the power so I don't kill my engines. Probably actually, it might be quicker to go out through Calgary if we go to Banff and then hang a left. I'm just thinking, because if I have to climb over these mountains again, it's going to be painful. Yep, there it is. That's Lake Louise. Once we get closer, the elevation issues with the river below us should get fixed up. It's some weird LOD issue. I don't know what exactly causes it, but once we get closer, it'll fix it. But that's the lake and the resort right in front of us. How's the audio levels, by the way? Because I did turn the music all the way up, so hopefully you guys can still hear me. So there's the ski slopes there. There's a whole chairlift system that goes up there, as you might imagine, and there's the lake and the resort. I'm pretty sure I got custom scenery for it, like I said, so we can go check it out. There's the town. Don't want to overspeed the aircraft, so we'll circle back around. And since I am tired and I want to go to bed, I'm kind of thinking I might just pick a spot on the road to try and land. Take the risk. That doesn't look like a bad spot there off the nose now. Hopefully I have space to turn around in this. It's pretty narrow. Yeah, I do have custom scenery for it. Looks a lot better than the default. I mean, all the buildings around it are still default scenery, but at least the resort itself isn't. Drop one stage of flap. Keep the rudder in. Keep the rudder in, keep the rudder in. Flaps up. Hey, we got away with it. Oh, good. Excellent. Excellent. That news makes me very, very happy. Alright, let's see if we can set this thing on a road. Will be the first road landing challenge I've done in this thing. I would like to go land at Rocky Mountain House, but dude, I'm too tired. I want to go to bed. So we'll find a spot and set it down. I think somewhere around. Oh, there's so much traffic though. I bet you they have collision. There's a railway line down there, but I don't think that's going to work very well. Yeah, I know. This is such a bad idea. Along with all the other terrible ideas I've had today. How's that view, though? Yeah. The river's elevated above the road, because that makes perfect sense. Still quite a lot of elevation mapping errors in this area, unfortunately. Hopefully someone can fix it. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's an awesome view, but not my wisest decision. Oh god, look at the road. Look how fucking bumpy it's gonna be. Ski jump. Oh. 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 Easy. Fucking difference of skill. I thought that was awful quiet. How about, what do we got here? Yeah, I haven't heard this for a while. Let's have this. Park brake is on. Let's turn off our pitot heat. Master avionics, anti-collision nav. That can stay where it is. Turn off the fuel boost pumps. Turn off the cabin heater. Those can stay, I'll just leave them as they are. We'll pull up the flaps, or command them up. Engines are still running, they'll come up. We'll, yeah, we'll neutral that. It's just poor resolution. Also, it's been color shifted by the AI. Try and match the scenery around it. We'll just put all this stuff on, even though we're sitting in the middle of the fucking highway. Notice the aircraft settle on the gear as the passengers got out? That's so cool. We're gonna fuel her up, so next time we fly she's good to go. Let's see how badly I thrash the airframe. Yeah, it's not great. How the fuck do you know what alt you're at in the 21 if you're above 2,000 feet, 8,000 feet, or up at... First of all, you don't use feet because it's in metric. Second of all, the altimeter. The outer scale, the long hand on the outer scale is hundreds of meters, and the short hand on the inner scale is thousands of meters. So if the long hand's on the 5 and the short hand's on the 8, you're at 8,500 meters. Cool. Well, that went surprisingly well. Very, very, very surprisingly well. I'm gonna pause with that visual there, and we're gonna find someone to raid. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I decided I don't have the patience or the energy to fly back to Rocky Mountain House, so we just said fuck it and landed on the highway. Oh, I'm not surprised, Cotty. I just, like, what the fuck, dude? They're a bunch of fucking flat earthers. Like, you could wave the pilot's manual in their face. You could have fucking Novak tell them they're wrong. You could have Matt tell them they're wrong. They will not listen. Fucking flat earthers. Looks like Rhino's doing some Syria on Enigma server. He's having a short break, but I'll send you guys his way anyway. Because I need to go sleep. Yeah, they're fucking flat earthers, dude. Like, you could fucking prove it to them any which way you want, and they'll still doubt it. Because they've already decided they're right, and anyone that questions their views is wrong. And apparently, how the MiG-21 works is unknowable voodoo magic, even though there's so much documentation on it. And, you know, the guy that programmed the flight model was a fucking MiG-21 pilot. Alright guys, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Enjoy Rhino, say hi for me when he gets back. And I will probably catch you on the weekend. Stay safe, see you next time.